right, I'm going to call the meeting to order at 6:31 p.m. Item 1B, roll call. Paul's graph here.
Brianna Texoni here.
Tim Jorgensen here. Miss Jensen is absent. We have 3 members for quorum. Item 1C, regular board meeting agenda, motion to consider. I'll move. Ken,
I'll second.
Brianna. Dr. Zahakian.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. We have one modification to the agenda. Item 11G, G as in Gary. Name on the contract corrected to reflect the accurate name, Butterfly Effects Pediatric Physical Therapist. That's again 11G.
Can you restate the correction again?
The correction on the name on the contract was corrected to reflect the correct name. It's Butterfly Effects Pediatric Physical Therapist.
Okay,
Item 11G.
right. Board member discussion? Hearing none, call the question. Paul's graph aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Motion carries 3-0-1 absent. Item 2A, oath of office, Dr. Zahakian.
Thank you. I have the honor and privilege of swearing in our returning board members as well as our new board members. So respectfully request if we could meet down here so that we could go ahead and do the oath of office, please.
Our new board members can join us too.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. State your name.
Ken Falls, Lester Mascon, Tom Costa.
Thank you. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. You can state, I do.
I will.
Or I will. Thank you. Congratulations.
Will be seated here.
Let me be the first one to welcome our returning board members, Mr. Falsgraf and Ms. Texoni, and our new board members, Mr. Costin and Mr. Mascone. We'll have opportunities for comments during public comments for board members. Item 3A, public participation, Dr. Zahakian.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. We don't have any public comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. Item 4A, closed session. Motion to consider.
I'll move.
Awesome.
Who seconded that?
Lester.
Lester, okay, Lester. Board member discussion? Hearing none, call the question on adjourn to closed session.
Lester Mascon, aye. Tom Costello, aye.
Paul Scott, aye.
Brianna Texoni, I.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We're going to adjourn to closed session at 6:36. Be back probably in about an hour. Thank you. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to return from closed session. We'll reconvene from closed session at 7:55 p.m. Item 5A, report of action taken in closed session. The board may consider and act on any of the following items in closed session. Any action taken in closed session will be reported in open session as required by law. Closed session may be called at any time during a formal meeting by a motion of the Board of Education for the purpose of discussing personnel problem, a pupil problem, a purchase, consultation on a legal problem with an attorney, and with employee organizations in regard to salaries and or fringe benefits. All formal action involving such matters may be made must be made in open session. It's my duty to respond to that. The action taken tonight in the closed session was the board agreed to the recommendation to refer an employee matter to the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing. The vote was 4-1. The flag salute 6A. Brianna, could you lead us in the flag salute, please?
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
6B, civility statement. So the civility statement is reads as communicate clearly and concisely with respect for the time of others, listen objectively, carefully considering the opinions of others, understand the counterproductive effects of disruptive, demeaning, and intimidating behaviors, understand and respect district policies and procedures, maintain a respect for the rich history of the district and the efforts of others who have served in the past. Item 7, organizational meeting. Okay, it's my duty to start this off, and this is the election of a board president. Have a motion to consider?
I'll move.
Ken? Who is that, Lester?
Tom Costin.
Tom, sorry, Tom. Do I have a nomination for the office of president?
I will nominate Brianna Taxoni as the president of the board.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that for discussion.
Who is that?
Tom Costin.
Tom? Board member discussion? We'll start down at the end. Lester?
No comment.
Tom?
My question is Brianna want to be the president of the sport?
I do. I accept the nomination. Thank you.
Okay.
Ken?
I have nothing.
I have nothing. Call the question. Lester?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Ken?
Abstain.
Brianna? You will?
I,
And I abstain. So the motion is carried 3-0-2. Madam President, the agenda is yours.
Carry on.
You want a piece of paper so you can write down?
sure. Thank you. Item 7B, election of vice president. Can I get a motion?
I'll move.
That's
I'll
okay.
second.
Call for question. Oh, we need a motion.
Yeah, the motion is-
Sorry.
You have
This is my first. Can we get any nominations? I'd like to nominate Ken Falsgraf for vice president.
A second.
Lester, seconded by Lester. Any discussion?
Same question. Ken, is this, you accept?
Yes.
I don't have anything. Do you have anything? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Ken is the new vice president. It is. We're on board clerk, so. Okay. Ken is the new vice president by a vote of 5-0. 7C, election of board clerk. Can I get a motion?
I'll move.
Ken,
Second.
seconded by Tim. Can I get a nomination?
I'll nominate Lester Mascon.
I'll second. Call for question.
I would like to have some discussion. I'd like to be able to say at this point that I have known of Lester Mascon in a professional way for probably more than a decade, and that he has service some contracts with the city of Beverly Hills where I work. I know his reputation and his look at contracts, and that's not to demean anyone else or take away from anyone else. But I would be comfortable knowing that all contracts and all matter of business and inspection reports are signed by the board clerk. That's my reasoning.
Accept the nomination.
Call for question.
Aye.
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 Tim Jorgensen, aye.
It is recommended that Lester serve as board clerk with a vote 5-0.
Can we have a discussion?
Call for discussion.
I would recommend that in the interest of equity, I'm kind of the one that started this where we got away from mono presidency. I'm very happy that the board supported everyone moving down. I personally would like to see that considered. Chad joins us in the audience. He was destined to become the president, and that would have been my nomination. But in the interest of all this, Tim, I would like it very much if you would assume the seat down at the end and move everyone up one step closer to the presidency.
Yeah. As soon as you finish this, we're gonna do a little recess and then we'll do the shuffle. Yeah, we got it in the.
So you're willing to take the bookend?
And I'm in Italy and I already get cookies.
That doesn't mean you fall asleep. Okay. I still get another year to misbehave.
I don't, honestly, I don't believe it. You know, since we select our officers based on recommendations and we vote on them.
Cool, I'll
I
sit
think
there.
we just wherever we're comfortable.
I'll sit there.
So, you know, we want to do the rotating thing, that's good, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's the way it's gonna work next year.
Wonderful. I'll be sitting here.
After 7H in the agenda, there is a call for a recess for us to
Ready?
move. Do you want to move now?
Yeah.
We call for a recess now to move now.
Doing musical therapy.
Emily, what time? Hey, there we go.
Excuse me, Madam President, do I need to return Miss Jensen's heater down here? Anybody want it?
Your son is out of control, what's wrong?
Okay. 7D, authorize the superintendent to serve as the executive secretary to the governing board for the 2022-2023 term. Can I get a motion?
I so move.
I'll second.
That was moved by Lester. Second by Ken. Discussion? Tim?
This is basically a formality. You only have one superintendent.
I hope so.
Unless there's
Lester?
Nothing here.
Okay, call for question?
Tim Jorgensen, aye.
Tom Costa.
Lester Mascon, aye.
Falls, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye. It is recommended that the governing board authorize the superintendent to serve as the executive secretary to the board for the 2022-2023 school year with a vote of 5-0. Seven E, designated board member to the Los Angeles County School Trustee Association for the 2022-2023 term. Can I get a motion?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Was that Tom?
Yes.
Discussion or nomination?
Point of order, I have served in that capacity for the last 2 years. If the board wishes me to do that, I'll continue to do that. If not, I'll be relieved of it.
So I will nominate Ken.
Second, Lester.
Discussion?
Setting down.
Ken, can you just give us a little bit of an idea of what this entails?
It's basically you're going to listen to different topics, like the one last Monday was about health supports for staff and students. There was some EL stuff, there's diversity stuff. It's just kind of, it depends if you want to really get involved and be on the board of directors and that kind of thing. If you're politically motivated to do that, that's a good thing. I'm not.
No more discussion? Call for question?
Tim Jorgensen, aye.
Tom Costa and I.
Lester Mascon, aye.
Ken Falls, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye. It is recommended that Ken Falsgraf serve as the district representative to the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association for the 2022-23 term with a vote of 5-0. 7F, designate voting delegate to the committee to elect members to the county committee. Make it a motion.
I'll move.
Second, Lester.
Can I get a nomination?
I nominate Tim Jorgensen.
Second.
That was Lester.
Yes.
I respectfully decline and like to nominate Mr. Mascon. Clerk.
So who's the current person before today? The current board member serving this?
I believe it was Callie.
Huh? Was Kelly at the last time? I thought it was the clerk, the board clerk last time. I don't know.
I was the board clerk and it was not me.
It wasn't me.
But me, I was president.
So we have a nomination for Lester by Tim. Do we have a second?
Yeah. Is there a little bit more description of what this entails, time wise? Anybody know what we're
It's
nominating ourselves for?
It's a formality, as a representative from one board member, as a representative from the trustees of Acton Agua Dulce, to be part of the committee to elect members to the county committee. It's a more of a formality to provide, trustee input to the county.
Okay, I'll
For
nominate
elections.
myself.
Second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none. Call for question?
So we're voting on Tom, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Tom was
Tim Jorgensen,
nominated.
yes.
Tom Costin, yes.
Lester Mascon, aye.
Falls, yes.
Brianna Texoni, aye. It is recommended that Tom Costin serve as the voting delegate to the committee to elect members to the county committee by a vote of 5-0. 7G, designated board representative to the Antelope Valley School Board Association for the 2022-2023 term.
I'll move.
Ken,
Second, Lester.
can I get a nomination?
I nominate Tim Jorgensen.
Second.
Tim Jorgensen nominates Mr. Moscone because this is where he's local here and this is something that he can help bridge the gap and answer lots of questions with our local school board districts.
So declined by Tim. Tim nominated. We need
Lester,
a
we
second.
need a second. Does anybody second Tim's nomination of Lester Mascon?
I'll put my name in for this nomination. It looks like Lester's gonna decline.
Did you decline?
I did not. I was curious what it all entails.
Okay, so the nomination stands. So call the question.
So.
I nominated Mr. Moscone. I mean, Mr. Constant, sorry. I'm looking through your idea over there.
I'm sorry.
Okay, well,
We're also
slow
spread
down.
out.
Slow down, guys.
No, the nomination on the table
Okay.
is Tim nominated Lester Mascon, and I was asking for a second to Tim's nomination before we move on to discussion. I will second the nomination.
Well, before we discuss here, Mr. Jorgensen declines.
Yeah.
So I would like to recommend in my stead that Mr. Constant be the AV ASVAB.
Are you
representative.
changing, so you're changing your
Okay, I'm the old dude here. Here's what happened. We had a nomination. We had a second. We're gonna call the question now. If that fails, then we pick him up and go back. Okay, ready?
So we're voting on,
We need the discussion. On the nomination that was seconded.
Okay, how about it?
And
so who are we voting for?
point of order.
Lester.
Here's where we're at. Tim was nominated. Tim turned down the nomination and in turn nominated Lester. I seconded the nomination for Lester.
Trust the
And now we have
Trust the process.
So-
now we have discussion for the nomination for Lester before we move on to nominating
so
anybody
before we
else.
move on, I'd ask if he is going to accept or you would. I don't know. So. If we fill Lester in a little bit more, what the responsibilities will be.
Once a month, there is a local, all the local school districts. They have a board representative get together. They have it's called Antelope Valley School Board Association. We're the small one, but we're in their district. So Roseman, they come down, all the Palmdale school districts, Lancaster, West Side, Wilsona District, they get together periodically to talk about CSBA, California School Board Association legislation that's important to districts and education, so forth. It's just a chance for us to be represented, go there. They have dinner meetings sometimes. Sometimes it's just, they'll have them at Lancaster, they'll host them at Palmdale's, different schools. We hosted here like 3 or 4 years ago, we had it here at our school district under Mr. King, Superintendent King one time. So that it's local, so I was thinking that you're working Beverly Hills, that you're local.
We're getting way, way out of
Anyway,
control.
I was looking at Tom when I nominated you. Sorry about that.
Okay,
I decline.
okay, let's bunch it up. We have decline. So now, would somebody nominate Tom?
I nominate Tom Costin for the
Does
ASVAB
someone
representative.
have a second?
I second.
Good, call the question.
Tim Jorgensen, yes.
Yes.
Ballsgraph, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Trust the process, it's easy. Congratulations, Tom.
Thank you. I think
It
this
is
is a big deal.
recommended that Tom Costin serve as the board representative to the AVSBA for the 2022-2023 term by a vote of 5-0. 7H, adopt certification of signatures, resolution 2022-23.05 for the 2022-2023 term. Can I get a motion?
I move. Tim Jorgensen move.
Can I get a
Costin second.
discussion? Hearing none, call for question.
Tim Jorgensen, yes.
Tom Costin, yes. Lester Baskon, aye.
Ballsgraph, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye. It is recommended that the board approve resolution 2022-23.05 certification of signatures for the year beginning December 15th, 2022 until the next governing board organizational meeting by a vote of 5-0. Public comments, 8, public comments and recognition reports. Please submit a request to speak to the Board of Trustees card located on the exhibit table for any agendized or non-agendized items to the superintendent prior to the meeting. No more than 3 minutes are allotted to any one speaker and no more than 20 minutes on the same subject. This portion of the agenda is for comments, recognitions, and reports to the board and is not intended to be a question and answer period. If you have questions for the board, please provide the board president with a written copy and an administrator will provide answers at a later date. Do we have any board comments?
We have one, Madam President, for this evening. Here you go.
This is Chad Wadsworth.
Good evening. How are you guys doing? Everybody looks like they're having a great time already, so I'm excited about that. I just want to say welcome to the appointees. It's great to see that there are at least 3 of you that wanted to come and join the fun. Disappointed that not more people in our town didn't want to get involved so we could actually have an election. But nonetheless, I know the 3 that are appointed are good, solid individuals. I think that we finally have some new faces on our board. I think we have a chance to move beyond where we've been. And if we can somehow find common ground and work together up there, I think the sky's the limits for this district still. I think we're still the best school district in the Antelope Valley in Southern California, in my opinion. And I think it can continue to grow. 3 things we need to really keep in check in our minds is our students come first, our teachers are second, and our staff are third. The opinions and personalities of the board, they're last. Nobody cares. Our superintendents, you guys are down on the bottom too. The only thing that matters in this district is the kids, the teachers, and the staff, because if we don't have those 3, we have no district. So please keep that in mind when we're implementing things, ideas are coming out. Let's move forward and get out of the rut of where we've been. I would like to ask, and I've asked in the past, can we please have a town hall? Can parents and community come in and ask the board's questions at some point. It would be great. There's nothing to hide from, right? So we should be able to sit up here like adults. And people should be able to voice their concerns to our district. And the 5 of you should want to hear those opinions. So lastly, I'll just touch on a 5th grade teacher. Hopefully we're doing something with that. I mean, what are we going on, like month 3 of not having one? 5? I don't know. It's been forever. Bus drivers, every day I get a phone call saying, oh, the buses are not going to be running, or they're going to be late, or they're going to be doubled up, or whatever. I mean, come on, folks. 9 to 5 doesn't cut it right now. Put in more effort, put in more time, and start figuring out some resolutions to these problems. I understand there's a shortage. Well, we have to dig deeper. We have to work harder and find it. That's all I'll say. Welcome, Lester and Tom Costin. Congratulations, Brianna, on moving up. God help you too. And you have a good night. Oh, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Chad.
Yes.
8B Golden Spotlight.
Ms. Taxoni, we'll resume the Golden Spotlight recognitions when we return back in January. Thank you.
All right, 9A, add a representative.
Good evening, Sheldon Sparks, County Representative. Thanks for having me here tonight. Congratulations, you two, for signing up for this. Hope it is everything that you anticipated. Congratulations. Quite an honor. There's not a more capable person who could do the job, so we have full faith in you. Well done. Like to give a couple shout outs tonight. This year has been a crazy year. Mr. Wadsworth said it well. We're lacking staff. That creates a lot of extra duties and pressures on ADA members, and ADA members have stepped up and done a fantastic job. The two over at High Desert, Mr. Alford, Mrs. Alford and Mr. Rowland, two stalwarts of the community of the district. They've just stepped up and mentored those temporary substitutes as long-term subs, and they got a new lady over there as well. And those two have just stepped up and been the glue that's kept that that campus together. And when it's really difficult to do this job, especially when you're shorthanded, and to see the character and the leadership of those two individuals. We're lucky to have them in our district, and so I just wanted to give Mr. Rowland and Mrs. Alford a shout out. Down at Meadowlark, again, we're short-staffed and class sizes are big, and appreciate that the district was willing to negotiate some sort of monetary resolution to that. That's not a long-term solution. Studies after studies show that smaller class sizes are more effective. Larger class sizes, you just don't get as much teaching done. You don't get that individual attention. We should not be looking to pay extra money for these extra class sizes. We need to hire more teachers. And I know you guys are trying. There's rumors going around that there's a new hiring that I'm really excited about. We're desperate for it. And so just wanted to say thank you to the district, and thank you for the DO for doing your best. I know this has not been easy. I know we've had many conversations about this. And I appreciate you hearing Ada's perspective on that. So just wanted to say thank you for that. The security over at the high school, well done. Okay, well done. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Totally changed the culture. Totally made learning the priority. Too much distraction, too much things going on over there, and taking those steps that you guys did. Ada tips our hat to you guys. Thank you for hearing our concern, and thank you for addressing this concern in the way that you did. Mental health is a huge issue in our district. Our counselors have been doing wonderful surveys, wonderful diagnosis of our students, implementing a wide variety of outreaches, of interventions. And the district has really made mental health a priority, and we see it every single day. And my hat's off to you guys for taking that initiative and identifying it and throwing resources at it. The three counselors, Mrs. Salcedo, Miss Cazedo, and Miss Miranda, they're fantastic, and they really have a heart of gold. They really want to see our students thrive in our learning environment, and that's just another resource that you guys have given our students. So hats off. I can't say enough about Miss Miranda either. Young adult intern. It was a fix-all, right? We couldn't hire another counselor, and you reached out and went through a creative way, and you brought in a good person. I don't know why we don't use that same model when we're hiring teachers. Go find some interns, go find some young adults who are hungry, who are passionate, who are right out of school. Those are the type of individuals that you want to get ingrained in our culture. And I think it was very successful with the counselors. I think it would be successful with finding more teachers as well. We have negotiations starting. I appreciate the district reaching out and setting some dates down. We have a hard time replacing good teachers. Mrs. Trussell is one of those examples. How do you replace a teacher who's been in the district for 17 years and was such a leader and such a difference maker in the community? You just don't find those type of teachers. And I don't mean to, and I'm not trying to insult, but we just don't find those type of teachers who want to come to this district because we're not competitively paid. Okay, again, it's not about money. And it's not. I would do this job for free. But we still have to make a living. We still have to support our bills. We still have to find good people. And what we found sometimes is we hire people who are in desperate need of a job instead of finding people who are desperately want to work here. And one of the ways we can do that is make this place just a little bit more competitive in the salary. Yeah, I know we're always going to be a small school. I know we're always going to have budgetary fallouts. We never know what one year what the state is going to give us. But if we are at least more competitive, we can attract better teachers. And ADA wants quality members. We don't want people who aren't professional. We don't want people who are just here for the temporary. We want people who want to grow roots in the community, who want to invest in the community. And the way we do that is to offer better salaries. So again, thank you very much. Lots going on. Happy New Year. Happy holiday. ADA members are looking forward to the break. We're really tired, I'm sure just like you guys are. Appreciate everything you guys are doing. I know you guys give up your time just like we do. So my hat's off to you. Have a good night, son.
Thank you, Mr. Sparks. 9B, CSEA representative.
Good evening, Superintendent Zatkian, Cabinet, and board members. Cesar Ortiz, CSEA President. I want to express my gratitude for the dedication and hard work of our classified staff. Classified staff are the behind-the-scenes employees in the district. Often they don't get the acknowledgement that they deserve. Our classified staff work hard to feed students, keep schools safe and sanitized, maintain our buildings, keep academic records, assist with student instruction, facilitate communication with parents, and transport our students to and from schools. These are examples of the responsibilities and the classified staff work hard to fulfill. I'm asking you to join me in acknowledging their contribution and expressing gratitude for their work. CSEA and our members have a united mission to improve the lives of our members, students, and community. This means we work together with the district to ensure that all members are treated with dignity and respect. And in turn, we have been able to provide services for the students and community. As the union has come together in solidarity, of its members. We would like to remind the non-classified staff, administrators, and the board that we want to work together with the district in a meaningful, professional environment and to keep an open dialogue while resolving issues. And as always, we appreciate the Board of Trustees and the superintendent's time. And we want to wish everyone a very happy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you, Caesar. 9C, student representative to the board.
Good evening, everyone. Beginning with Meadowlark, Meadowlark Student Council, which is led by Miss O'Brien, has done a great job collecting canned foods and toiletries for families in need. And Miss Meredith Fallgater and Miss Emma Benatar with ASMO did a great job with the winter concert. It was a packed house and an amazing show. At High Desert for Thanksgiving, the staff gathered items and was able to provide Thanksgiving meals for some families in need. For December, the toy drive, which is led by the junior NHS and CSF, was a success. Flag football and the Spirit Squad had their first year of events at High Desert, and it was a big turnout with over 40 boys and girls trying out. They finished third this year and are excited to pick up next year. And lastly, for High Desert, they want to wish all of you, the district, community families, and school board a very happy holidays and thank you for your support. At our high school, we recently had our ribbon cutting ceremony for the Project Lead the Way program. Our sports teams are doing great. The girls and boys basketball have been having their games and doing well. And so have our soccer teams. Both of the teams are undefeated thus far in the season. Our girls are ranked third in our league and our boys first. Tomorrow, both of the teams will be having home games with the boys starting at 3. This week, being our last week of school before break, also meant finals week, and students have been working hard and winter break is highly anticipated. Lastly, I wanted to use my platform to express students' concerns with the bus transportation. I'm sure the district is familiar with some of these issues, and I acknowledge that the district has hired a new bus company and put efforts towards this problem, and also that emergencies concerning bus drivers arise from time to time. But nonetheless, I wanted to voice that this has negatively affected our students. Athletes who rely on the buses to get them to their games become very frustrated and disappointed when the buses don't come, and it puts extra stress on coaches and parents who now have to find an alternative form of transportation. And also families who solely rely on buses to get their students to school are also let down, and students miss days at school because of this. So I just simply wanted to bring attention to this issue from the student standpoint and remain hopeful that we can work together to resolve this. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. 9D, Superintendent Gold Standard Report.
Thank you, Ms. Taxoni. And Emily always does a wonderful job, so thank you, Emily. Kudos. Tonight, I'll be covering 2 initiatives from our strategic plan. One will be student achievement, and the second will be community engagement. Like Emily said so eloquently, we were thrilled to see support of our Project Lead the Way official ribbon cutting at Vasquez last Friday. Thank you to our school board for their ongoing support of student achievement. Our dynamic science teachers and science department from Vasquez went through rigorous professional development over a series of months, which provided training, resources, and support to really engage our students in real world learning. Project Lead the Way provides pathways in computer science, engineering, and biomedical science. And this really leads to students on hands-on projects. And you'll see a couple of pictures. And thank you, students who gave your Friday afternoon after 3:30 to demonstrate some of the exciting classroom hands-on projects. I'd like to congratulate the Vasquez community of students, staff, and parents. Thank you especially to our Vasquez Science Department, Principal Dr. Chamberlain, and to my right, Assistant Soups, Ms. Kim Shah and Mr. Mirza for leading the charge. Thank you. Community engagement. You'll see a hyperlink on the screen. The superintendent's message link that's found on our, Alex is great. He has our screenshots going. The superintendent's message that is found as a link on our homepage for our district has a new addition. If you go to the superintendent's message, for the sake of heightened communication, all of my reports, as I share out like I am right now, have been uploaded to that page by date. So I did hear from community members, and I thank you for your input and your insight. And that came from the community, and I appreciate the support, and you see the superintendent reports there for our community engagement. Switching gears, I'd like to go ahead and congratulate and thank our schools for donating 100 toys for the purpose of providing gifts to foster students and students in need through the Fostering Unity Group. That event was held on Saturday, December 10th. Thank you to all who contributed. And like Emily mentioned, ASMO Winter Concert was a huge success, standing room only. Having attended the standing room only concerts, congratulations are in order for our students, our staff, our parents, and of course, our longstanding support of a huge community supporter and partner in educating our students in the field of the arts, ASMO. Thank you for bringing the community together. A wonderful time was had by all. And then I believe we have a video. So please enjoy a short video snippet of Mrs. Woolman's second grade class singing Celebrate. Thank you. Thank you for that. Sorry, I was all the way in the back of the NPR. It was truly standing room only, so it was at a distance, but fun was had by all. As we head into the winter break over the next few weeks, I want to wish our families, our community, a happy holiday season. I hope you enjoy this break and spend time with your loved ones. This concludes my report, Madam President. Thank you.
9E, COVID-19 reports.
Thank you. In the Acton Agua Dulce surrounding areas, there have been 72 new cases of COVID since our last report, and 58 cases in the past 2 weeks. In our school community alone, 17 positive cases have been reported since November 10th, and exposure notifications have been sent out for those exposures from our district nurse, Ms. Carrie Wright. Thank you, Ms. Carrie Wright, for all that you do. We also sent out a holiday wellness letter to remind parents to test their students prior to returning to school, especially if they have any types of symptoms. Home test kits are available at each and every school site, and that's been an ongoing protocol. And also at your local pharmacies using your Medi-Cal, Medicare card, or check with your insurance plan for up to 8 free at-home tests a month. We also ask that all families document the results on primary health platform. The LA Department of Public Health wants to remind us all while we're in high transmission to stay home if you're experiencing symptoms. Test before going to events. Masks are strongly recommended while attending large parties or events. Please contact your provider, local pharmacy, or LA County website as reference if you want to get a COVID-19 vaccine. Ms. Carrie Wright wants to go ahead and remind us all that we're in flu season, and RSV, I apologize, is on the rise in LA County. We recommend getting flu shots and COVID-19 vaccines now to ensure our students are kept safe. Sooner you contact your physician when you're sick, the more treatment options are available to you for the flu. I want to again thank District Nurse Ms. Carrie Wright for her insight, her knowledge, and keeping us informed, the entire district community informed. This concludes my COVID-19 report. Thank you.
Thank you. 9F, submissions.
Madam President, we do not have any submissions this evening.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 10, board comments. For this section, I will go out of order for what is on the actual agenda, and we will go in the order of seats starting at the end with Tim and then Tom, Lester, Ken, and myself. So we will start down at the end. So board comments, Tim.
Thank you. First off, I want to congratulate Ms. Texoni on your election as president. The homework will be coming shortly. And as well as Ken. Ken knows it, so I don't have to worry about him. And then board clerk, you'll have an important role to play where you take signatures, and Ms. McCauley will be able to take care of that for you. Just make sure that check goes a long way, right? So I want to welcome our new board members and the returning board members. I'm glad that we have a full house, 5 on the seat. Welcome aboard. So I attended the ribbon cutting for Project Lead the Way at Vasquez. And it was exciting to see for finally that, like many of our schools that we have around us, that we have engineering and robotics. And we went into Mr. Salcedo's engineering class, and as you saw the pictures, they had a couple of robotics that they had made from scratch materials, put it together, cables, tracks, the whole bit, control mechanisms. And my first question is when we have in the first battle, do we just push the desks aside and we'll put them on the floor and start inviting schools in and do the thing like we see on TV? And so I think that's exceptional. The other part is medical and the biomedical sciences. We went over there to the science offices, Mr. Tabbitt, and I can't pronounce her name. Somebody help me. Shadi, I'll just say Shadi. That, you know, they have their sciences there, and that's another expansion where I thought it was really clever is that our catering department had food and right next to it was a heart. And then you went down here and then there was another piece. And so let's talk about that while we have this little snack. So it was really good. The kids were doing great. They were explaining what they had, how they had dissected these animal parts. And that's something that's hands-on that we need, that our science department's expanding on. So I was really excited about that. So that's really great. Then staying still at the high school was our winter sports athletes. Emily pointed out that our girls and boys soccer, both teams are undefeated. And as I was coming to the meeting today, I went by the lights and I think they were playing Palmdale Aerospace tonight, Palmdale Academy. And we were down 1, and right when I was there, they scored. So they tied the game. And then I checked with Coach Sparks and said tonight, so they scored. So now they're 7-0-1. Number 1 in the Heritage League. So Coach Pete and the boys are doing great. Coach Terry and the girls are doing great. It's kind of cold. I saw a couple of parents sitting with their cars facing because it's kind of chilly, but for athletics, Vasquez is really excelling and bringing it back from COVID. We're recovering, and that's a draw for us to have people come out and watch these young men, and particularly now with all the playoffs in Qatar, where they're doing all these soccer, and I'm into soccer, and I'm getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning to watch the U.S. play Saturday morning last week. Unfortunately, they didn't win. But the other one that's exciting is the boys basketball and the girls basketball. We've struggled with girls basketball. We have a team now. They're doing quite well. They've got a coach that is teaching them the strategies and the possibilities of basketball. And the girls, they didn't play Tuesday. They were walking around, but I talked to a couple of them and I talked to the coach, and it's just that it's growing. It's a seed that started back again. So now we're back to that. But the boys, on the other hand, were doing really well. We were playing Gorman Learning Center, and it gave an opportunity for the boys, ran the score up a little bit with character and integrity, and it gives an opportunity to bring the bench in. And they were bringing up we don't have a boys JV team, so it gives an opportunity for the boys that don't get much play time to get on the court. And there was a young man by the name of Ricardo, and everybody was yelling for Ricardo. We want Ricardo, and we kept pushing him back in the game. And they were, the team and the coaches, and I was really impressed with this, is they were all working together to get him the ball, to get him an opportunity to score a goal. And he shot, and he missed, and he shot, and everybody ooh and up and down and up and down. And I think it was right towards the end of the third quarter that he scored on our side. We parents, we're all saying, move it a little bit closer, move it a little bit closer. We're trying to coach him up, and he ended up scoring. Place went nuts. And so that's that hometown basketball that Vasquez can present to give student athletes of all ability levels the opportunity to be on court, to participate and play. in front of their parents and their friends, and the students at the other end, student section were chanting for him, and then we all waited. He came out of the locker room. You thought a rock star walked out of the locker room. I think he was a little embarrassed, but boy, you could tell he was really excited that he was able to contribute to his success of their win on Tuesday. So all of our winter sport athletes are doing great. It's a great time to come in the gym and watch them play. They have a tournament coming up, a fundraiser tournament starts up this next week, and it's going to be from 3 to 7, I think. And that's an opportunity to come watch them play. It helps out the basketball program. Then there's Meadowlark and ASMO, as everybody said. I ended up going to the second night, and I thought, well, it'll be a little less crowded. Don't know. It was like no seats available, standing room only, and it was great. And the kids did great, and they had actually where they were turning around, and the audience was singing to the students, and I don't know which group it was, and they would sing part, and then they would sing part, and it was really very clever and well done. So congratulations to all the staff that put that together. And the part that I think that impressed me the most is as I was standing there, these people would walk by, and I'd say, I know you. You were in my class. And their kids are enrolled in our elementary school. So they came there to, where's your son? Where's your daughter? And I'm, oh my gosh. And so I got a chance to talk to a couple of their kids, and I said, well, where's your dad at? And he goes, he's sitting down. I said, go tell your dad that you're going to behave better than he did in my class. And he did. And I went, oh my God, don't tell him that. So it was just that fun hometown that we can offer to our students in our community, where the students can get together. And I think I was very impressed that there were a number of my former students that had their families and their children, and now their children are at Meadowlark participating in the show. I'm going to echo what Dr. Zahakian mentioned about Nose Carey, about the alerts that you put out to our community. Everybody's going to be traveling to different communities, different sections, whether it's by airplane or travel or whatever. The exposures are still there. And so we need to have that vigilance to make sure that we're using our heads as we enjoy family time together in closed environments in this winter weather. RSV and the flu and the COVID, doesn't care where you are and who you are. You can be a vector and bring it back. So we hope that everyone keeps that in mind when they're in these closed settings with their family and friends. And then finally, Emily's excited about taking a final. You have a final tomorrow? Oh, so she's going to leave early to go study. But I want to congratulate all the students and staff for the hard work to finish and wrapping up our first semester back. They've worked hard. They've done well. They've earned a well break. So do well on your final tomorrow. And then our students and staff and teachers and classified, you've earned a well-earned break. Finish up the semester, wrap it up, go enjoy time with family and friends. If you're traveling, please travel safe. We want to see you all back here in January. That's all I have, Madam President.
Thank you. Tom Costin.
Hello, everybody. I realize that a lot of you, or those Zooming, may not actually know that much about me. And I'll say this is probably the last time I'm going to talk about myself while I sit up here. So just real quickly, my wife and I moved into Acton about 15 years ago. We brought our son and our daughter here when my daughter was actually born here, Glendale, but here. We came here for the community, and we've been involved. I've been involved with the town council for about 8 years now. My wife's been involved with the schools from the Meadowlark when having the Golden Apple to PTSO president now. So the reason we're here is because of community, and you know, I'm happy to be here, and I think there's a lot of work to be done. I want to say that governance is messy, and maybe tonight was a little bit of an example of how that works. You know, we don't necessarily work together, we don't think together, but when it comes down to it, we are a governing board and we operate by consensus or motion or voting. We're not individuals. So it is my hope and my goals that we operate as an effective governing board, that we operate as administrators effectively with our administrative staff, with our superintendent, and that things can go very smoothly. I want to thank the previous board members, Kelly Jensen and Chad Wadsworth. Things may not have always gone the way they expected, but they did put in a lot of effort. I think that's very important. And obviously for those up here as well that are still here. So one of my focuses, I believe, for what I want to see happen is I want to see our core of this district strengthened. I know we do advertising. I know we bring people in. We have great signature programs. Sometimes I think when I say, you know, signature programs are great, but we need to concentrate on the basics. You know, I get misinterpreted as thinking that I don't think these signature programs are important. They're very important. And I attended the Makerspace opening and it's fantastic. So when we have these programs, we need to really support this with good English departments, good math departments, good science departments, a full staff of teachers at all the sites. We need to make sure that when we bring people into this district, or we bring community members that may have gone to homeschooling or may go to Harvard or may go somewhere else, and we say, come back, take a look at us. We have these great programs. We also want them to feel that we have a great core. And I think that's where a lot of work needs to be done. And that's kind of it. I want to thank Ms. Mananian for being brave enough to come up here. The student perspective is very important, and I just want to remind you that you are a board member and you can do just about anything you want except for voting. So if you have something to say and you want to be part of the conversation, I encourage that. As for community involvement, we're responsible to this community, and this school is what ties this community together, this district, not this school, but this district. Because without a strong school district, new people don't come in, people don't stay. We want to be more than a retirement community, or more than a bedroom community, or more than a community where people buy houses to grow pot in. And the way we do this is we strengthen our school district, and we get faith for people to come here by offering them the things they want. So I'm going to recommend at the end of the meeting here, when we talk about agenda items, that we look at workshops for the community. I realize that it's going to take time. You just can't open up a workshop and all of a sudden everybody's going to come. We got to work at the community involvement, starting small and working up to gain interest. And I want to make sure that people know that if you're a community member and you have something to say, we want to hear about it. I want to hear about it. And that's very important, because we really need the community to be involved in this district. If you look at California Distinguished Schools, which we have, how did that happen? That's from community help. That's not because of grades. That's not because of things that happen there. It's because of the community involvement, the people that come to that school and help to get that designation. So I want to just encourage that fact that we are a community, and let's just make this school district as strong as we can. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Lester?
Hi, my name is Lester Mascon. Excited to be here as a new board member and hoping I can provide value. I think I have some areas of focus that I'll work on. A lot of it revolves around business processes, just good business process, something I'm very comfortable in, and something where I'll be looking to apply myself to it as well. I've been a community member since 2016, and I have 2 kids that are in the district. One of them attends I Leave, and the other one attends Vasquez. My youngest son will be attending High Desert next year. But excited to be here. Thanks for the warm welcome.
Thank you, Ken.
I'd like to welcome our new board members. I'm glad we could greet them with a long closed session meeting, and apologies for the public out here waiting for us, but we get our business done. I'd like to report out that I attended the LAXTA meeting, which is the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association. The topic this month was a concern about, it was a blend of mental health, having the appropriate supports in place. And one of the things they touched on that I see at work also is this idea that there's you sleep 8 hours a day, the other 16 hours is spent between doing some work and then checking your Instagram account every 5 minutes, and adults are kind of modeling this behavior, so kids don't get it that, okay, now's time to work, now is dedicated study time. In the work environment, you have people that are looking at by order of where I work, coming back to work after 2 years and having to make childcare arrangements and stuff. And the ones that of us that have been there, we kind of, have normalized to what we do. But there's a concern that people have lost boundaries in dealing with social media, and everything's on the computer now. So the kids all do their work on the computer, and they're encouraging people to have students understand there's balance. And it seems that everybody's offering those suggestions at 60 years old and still use the dial phone. So it was interesting to me. But if you want your kids to model the behavior of doing schoolwork and focusing on schoolwork, then kind of model that behavior along with them, so they have something to look at. What do I want to get into next? Okay. When I pause, there's a reason. The holiday presentations were incredible. I was there on Tuesday night. My week's been crowded, but there were so many people there. I thought the fire marshal was going to come in and shut it down. There were people dancing in the hallways and all over, and it was really put together well. And I had a visit this morning from somebody at work who knows I sit on the school board, and was asking me questions. What do you do when somebody or interest group hijacks a holiday presentation and starts sending out some kind of message? And I won't get into all that, but I thought, I don't see that kind of stuff here. It's about the kids singing and everybody having a good time, and understanding that staff is doing all this stuff way after hours and everything. And it made me very proud of the community I live in. What else do I have here? Staff, I want you to take the time here. I think you got almost 3 weeks. Take a break. Wind down a little bit. Know you did a great job. I have watched in my time on the school board, especially the last 2 years, going back a year and a half, it seemed like staff was having to deal with something new every week. You can do this, you have to be on the computer here, and it was very, very dynamic. And I still wonder if people have ever gotten back to the point where they touch kids in the classroom and reach the individual that they want to reach. I hope we haven't lost that. But the teachers are the ones that have control of what's going on in the classroom. So if we have success here, it's because of them. I want to talk a little bit about this. I think I got the first copy of this. When we talk about budget, I'm going to dive deep into charters. You're still going to have Cam. The closer I get here, the rowdiness is supposed to be down there, and the controversy gets introduced down there. But I'm hoping somebody takes my place. Anyway, I want to talk about this, and I'm going to touch on this in very serious ways and during the interim budget thing. But somebody had a party for the SPED kids. And one of the things you'll hear me asking about in the warrant register, if you pay close attention, I start calling out expenses. And some things are very expensive. And if you drop the ball there, you become very, very expensive. And there was a party and everybody got together. It wasn't a school party, but it was school staff had a party. And some of the people who need help the most in this community were invited to the party. And if you know special education at all, you know that a lot of it starts out with kids that need speech language support, physical therapy, AP, anything that helps children have better access to education. But the older the kids get and the more they spend time in this bedroom, and they're not mainstreamed because it's just not in their capability, the more life becomes bleak unless you have the community support. And if you went to this party, if you didn't, Tracy told you what it's all about. Here, get this. I can have Tammy sign it for you. Thank you, Tracy. But if you went into that party, what you saw was the kids doing life skills, that they're making things, they're decorating things, they're constructing things, they're doing what they need to do to be independent. And that's the focus. So when I hear that we have a program at the high school now where, face it, the kids that are in the special day class in high school, it's a life skills program. So we finally brought a life skills program here where the focus is not, just babysitting people, it's giving them life skills. So this article talks a lot indirectly about what the school staff is doing to change the model for the most vulnerable people, that gives them some kind of dignity in their adulthood. So thank you, everybody. I mean, Miss T, you know what I'm talking about. Thank you. This one's going to be rough. Please hold the people at Acton Agua Dulce in your mind, the staff, the families, the teachers. They've had something happen over this very, very sad, and that's all I'm going to say. But if you know anybody from over there, they're part of our community. Reach out and make sure everybody's okay, and make sure you do anything you can. Brianna.
Thank you, Ken. First, I want to start by welcoming Tom Costin and Lester Mascon. I appreciate your willingness to step up. We all know this is a volunteer position, and sometimes it doesn't feel like volunteer. But I hope that you remember, and everybody remembers, that you are volunteers in our community as elected officials. So thank you very much for coming forward and stepping up. Tim, I want to thank you for your year as president. Thank you for guiding and leading our board. And I know that I have big shoes to fill. So I've already messed up a few times tonight, and I will try to fix that. So thank you very much for your service to our board. And I want to thank Ken for your guidance in this process. So thank you very much. And thank you for stepping up to be the vice president. I feel like I'm going to be leaning on you a little bit, especially in the first couple meetings. So thank you very much for your guidance and how all of this works. Years ago, when I was a teenager, my mom used to sit in Yolanda's seat. So I would come to school board meetings and watch and just support my mom sitting up there, taking the minutes for the board. And it was not run like this. It was more free. I really appreciate this structure. And I know that that's something that you built and brought to us, Ken. So thank you for that. I appreciate the structure and the way that we keep our meetings going. I was able to attend the annual education conference in the beginning of December. That's an exhausting and enlightening couple days of communicating with school boards and superintendents and across the state and across the country. So I did meet people from up north, from down south, from Texas, from pretty much everywhere. And I got to talk a lot about how they do things, the issues that they face, what they're doing about it, trying to get some insight and just different perspectives on school boards and the way things run in different areas of the state. I got to go to a lot of sessions where I learned a lot about different things, mental health, running a school board, teacher shortages, small school board issues, all kinds of great things that I hope to bring some insight back to our board. So I will be talking to Mr. Sahakian about that. And then hopefully bring some new things to our school board. One of the things in one of the sessions that I was in, I have quite a few quotes that I jotted down in my notes while I was there. But one of my favorite quotes from one of the sessions that I was in says, all of our successes and all of our failures mean nothing unless we use them to make someone else's life better. I believe we've all had failures and successes, and I do intend to use that to make somebody else's life better. And I hope that is carried out through our board to our district and to our community and to our families. That is our job up here. Emily, I know she had to go home for her finals. I wish her a great night's sleep and good luck on her finals tomorrow, as I do all Vasquez students. I believe High Desert's probably taking some finals tomorrow too. So good luck to all of our students. I hope they have a great last day before their winter break. Emily, as always, a great report, very well put together. I really appreciate the time that you take, and I really appreciate your comments on our transportation issues and hearing that from a student perspective. So thank you very much. I was able to attend the Makerspace ribbon cutting at Meadowlark. That was very exciting. I believe I talked about that last week or last month, or was that after last month? I don't remember when that was, but it was a very exciting event. I also attended all of High Desert's football games. I either got to watch the whole game or at least half of every game. Watching our athletes play is always a highlight for me. So I really appreciate that I got to take off work and be there for my son, and then also watch High Desert. They're a really fun team to watch, the way that they get along, the way that they communicate with each other, the way that the coaches communicate with each other, seeing so many adults out there with so many students. And our pep squad, absolutely adorable, the only pep squad out there. And they were loud, they were on it, and they were just absolutely adorable. I'm definitely looking forward to watching High Desert soccer.
Excuse me. Sorry, is everything okay out there?
There's somebody that's intoxicated outside. We told him to leave, but Alex and Secret and Sheriff's on his way. Sheriff's on his way. Law enforcement. He's trying to come back.
I don't know that Yolanda needs to be out there. Should we take a recess?
They're not out, nobody's outside, we closed the door. Yeah. Thank you. Would you like to take a recess?
No, I'm good. We're good. You're good. We're good. Let's continue this.
I have been able to attend a couple of Vasquez basketball games. I will admit that those are the first basketball games I've ever been to. I didn't go in high school. My kids never played. So when the captain of the team sends a personal invite, we show up. So I have been at every basketball game that I could possibly attend so far. And I was asked to announce for the last game that I was at, which was very nerve-wracking since I don't know the game of basketball. And once I got the hang of it, the ref told me to be quiet, that I can't announce during CIF games. So that was kind of a letdown in the first quarter, but it was a great game to watch, and our basketball team is doing fantastic, and super fun team to watch. So thank you, Brody, for sending out that initial invite and getting us out there to the basketball court to watch your team be awesome. I hear Vasquez soccer is doing great things and undefeated, and it is a goal of mine to get out and watch some soccer as well. So congratulations to both of our soccer teams for just rocking it out there. I attended the Vasquez Project Lead the Way ribbon cutting that was beautiful. It was set up beautifully. So kudos to the Vasquez staff for setting that up and making a great representation of our high school. And then to the teachers and the students and the staff there for opening up their classrooms and showing us a little bit of what they get to do. And I say get, not have to. They get to do so many cool things. We go in one room and there's robots in there and they're moving them up and down and showing us all of these things that these robots can do. There was great snacks by the culinary arts program. Absolutely delicious. So thank you very much to the culinary arts teacher and students. And then we go into the other room where there's experiments going on. There's chemistry experiments. There's fingerprinting for their forensics classes. And then there's brains and hearts, and Mr. Tabbitt just picked up that heart and flipped it all around and showed us everything and just manipulated that heart and let us know all the different parts of it. It was very cool. I was able to attend the second ASMO performance on Wednesday night. I heard Tuesday was absolutely amazing. And then Wednesday was just packed. There was standing room only. I stood in the little cove where the kitchen door is. But I was able to watch it. The cafeteria, the NPR was decorated beautifully. The stage was decorated beautifully. The kids were all adorable. Watching Meadowlark and High Desert students all in one show was really awesome to see. It looked to me, and I don't have exact data on this, but it looked to me like there was more High Desert students participating this year than there was when I went last year, which was really great to see. That shows me that High Desert is really getting involved in that ASMO program, and I really, really liked seeing them up there, still having fun. So I do want to give a shout out to Miss Fallgetter, Meredith Fallgetter. She was very nervous and very concerned that we were standing in the back, nervous how everything was being perceived and how it was coming off. Meredith, you did an amazing job. You and ASMO, staff at Meadowlark, students, it was absolutely beautiful. I would stand through 3 more performances of that, maybe not a 4th because I was wearing heels, but it was really awesome. So I know I told you to your face it was gorgeous and stop worrying, but I just wanted to say publicly she did an amazing job. All of ASMO did an amazing job. So thank you for once again putting on a great show. And with that, I will just conclude with, I hope all of our staff, students, families, community, fellow board members, admin team, I hope you guys all have a very safe, happy, healthy holiday season. Moving on to the consent agenda,
I'll move in the consent agenda.
moved by Ken,
Tim Jorgensen, second.
second by Tim. Can I get discussion?
Tim, you want to pull anything?
No,
Tom?
no.
I'd like to pull D, E, F, and G for discussion.
D.
That
D,
was a
F.
request to pull 11D, E, F, and G.
I'm gonna pull the warrant register.
Ken would like to pull item C. Okay, so we will go ahead and vote on item 11B, the minutes to the regular board meeting on November 10th, 2022. Can I get a motion?
Excuse me, Madam President. So the only thing on the consent agenda is going to be item C. I mean, B like in boy.
Audit
Everything
item-
else is pulled.
Correct. We're just going to vote on item 11B by itself for the consent agenda, and then we will move down. C, D, E, F, and G have all been pulled, so we will discuss those one at a time.
Tim Jorgensen, yes on the consent.
I'm Costin abstain.
So this is for the minutes of the regular board meeting for November 10th, 2022. Did we get a motion for just the minutes?
I'll make the motion for just a minute.
Second,
Okay,
Tim Jorgensen, yes.
Abstain.
Lester Mascon, aye.
Ken Falls, you have aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye. It's recommended that the board approve the minutes for the regular meeting on November 10th. And they are approved with a vote of 4 yes, 0 no, 1 abstain. Moving on to 11C, warrant register. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the warrant register from November 2nd, 2022 to December 6th, 2022. Discussion?
We'll do a
We have to
motion.
move them in one at a
Oh,
time now.
sorry, can I get a motion?
I'll move.
I'll second.
So Tim and Ken. And now discussion.
I have none.
You guys good? You ready? Let's go to page 1. Academy for the Advancement of Children with Autism. Is that a monthly or an annual?
It's monthly.
Does that benefit children in the district collectively?
2, yes.
Okay, so it does help children in the district.
Right.
Okay, let's go to page. Six. This is for benefit of new board members and public. You're gonna see a number of charter schools listed in here, payouts to charter schools. I believe that's passed through, meaning the funding for the charter comes through the authorizer first, gets dispersed to the district and to the charters through the district. And then at some point in the future, the district gets the money back.
Yes.
Good, and you've done this monthly now instead of quarterly,
Monthly.
right? So this is nobody paying anything, and sometimes there's a negative balance, which means there's been an overpayment. Let's go to the bottom line there, the lawyers. I noticed that there's a sped fee there. I appreciate that, keeping as low as possible. But that superintendent breakdown, I'm hoping that stops very quickly, and I think this board is working to make sure that happens. Let's go to page 7. Behavioral Learning Center. It's my understanding that this is a consultant that is available to help numerous students in the district at all different sites. Good. Let's go to page 13. Department of Justice. That is a fee for background checks and not an administrative hearing file for a sped case. Good. Page 15. Edwards Tucker, this is the charter attorney.
Yes.
I remember when these bills used to be 40,000 a month. I like 295 better. I believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
One question real quick, Paul, Mr. Falscraft, that 295, is that, what is that for that? Is that a retainer or what?
We can't ask those kinds of questions. It's for some case support or support for staff. We'll get into student matters when we're doing that. I'm done there.
Thank you. Call for question on item 11C warrant register.
Tim Jorgensen, aye.
Lester Mascon.
Falls, you have aye.
It's recommended that the Board of Trustees, oh, Brianna Texoni, aye. Approve the warrant register for November 2nd to 12/6. The warrant register is approved by a vote of 3 yes, 0 no, 2 abstain. Item 11D. AALRR agreement for special services. Can I get a motion?
I'll move.
Second.
And discussion?
No,
My comment on these was, I just wanted to make sure that we, or understand if we have a contract review process that. We feed all of our different contracts to, that we look for indemnification language. Evergreen clauses, insurance requirements, things like that. So every contract that. Comes in front of us has gone through some sort of. A check on standards, what we expect as a district. Is that accurate?
That's correct. There's a vetting process and we make sure that that's a staple on all of the contract reviews.
Okay.
And the ones included here, D, E, F, and G.
My comment on this is that we had an agendized review of this. It strikes me to be a year ago, June or something. I asked for kind of the same thing. I think sometimes the problem is that when we're doing work with vendors, I think at some point, I'm not gonna take the wind out of somebody's sail here. But at some point, I think we need to do some education of the board on the different elements of the district, the different departments, who does what, the depths of your staff, because to Mr. Kick me, Lester Mascon's point, sometimes these contracts look like they're written by the vendor. And we're kind of telling them, hey, you know, you tell us what you're gonna do and give us a scope of services. And some of us that are used to a very formalized 1, 2, 3, 4 checklist thing, that may strike us as odd when we see all this variance between different contracts. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no comment. Call for question.
Tim Jorgensen, aye.
Tom Costin abstain.
Lester Mascon abstain.
Paul's got aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye. The agreement with AALRR for special services is approved with a vote of 3 yes, 0 no, 2 abstain. 11E, master contract for parallel learning. Can I get a motion?
I'll move.
Tim Jorgensen, second.
Discussion?
None.
Was the intent that it was.
Yeah, it was for all of them together.
So collectively, okay, same comment
Same
as
comment for
before.
all of them.
Call for question.
Tim Jorgensen, aye.
Tom Costin abstain.
Lester Mascon abstain.
Paul's got aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye. The master contract for parallel learning is approved with a vote of 3 yes, 0 no, 2 abstain. Consent agenda 11F, Maxim Healthcare Staffing Services Agreement. Can I get a motion?
I'll move.
Tim Jorgensen, second.
Discussion?
None.
Call for question.
Tim Jorgensen, aye.
Tom Costin abstain.
Lester Mascon abstain.
Paul's got aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye. The contract for the Maxim Healthcare Staffing Services Agreement has been approved with a vote of 3, 0, 2 abstain. And 11G,
So move.
Tim Jorgensen, second.
any discussion? Call for question. All those in favor?
Tim Jorgensen, aye.
Tom Costin abstain.
Lester Mascon abstain.
Paul's got aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye. The agreement with Butterfly Effect Pediatric Physical Therapist has been approved with a vote of 3 yes, 0 no, 2 abstain. Moving on to 12 Personnel and Pupil Services. The Personnel Action Report, item 12A. Can I
I'll
get a
move.
Ken?
I'll second.
Was that Tom?
Yes.
Discussion?
None.
Yeah,
Hearing,
I have a little bit. I look at these reports and we know we're have staffing issues. And what I would like to see is maybe from the superintendent, and how we do this, I'm not exactly sure, so don't bite my head off, but I would like to see some kind of report on what we're doing and where we're looking for these people and what kind of bites we're getting, what kind of, just so we have an idea. I mean, I hear a lot, it's tough out there, it's just we're everywhere, but we need to do better. We can't have 3 missing teachers on a campus. So I would like somehow for this report, for us to kind of understand what action is happening to fill these positions and what's working and what's not. Some kind of review process, because it's been a long time with a lot of openings. And it's like Miss Emily said, it's hurting us, so.
I will say to the new board members, there is on your Friday letter, there's usually an update that kind of tells you in detail about some of the stuff that comes. So once you see that, there are always people, I don't even like to see this come up on the screen at all, because there are people that are competing for jobs or have to be approved. So that's kind of low key. You've probably heard me ask 100 times, and I'll explain why. You'll hear me say, has there been any aging on positions? In other words, drag your feet, don't hire somebody in the interest of not filling a position for financial reasons. That's why I asked that question exactly. That's kind of where our purview starts and finishes, outside of the superintendent telling us what's going on Friday. But I'll ask that now. Has there been any purposeful aging? Are each and every position on the list is vacant being actively recruited for right now? So I could publicly humiliate you and say, so tell me about this position. Is it on whatever, blah, blah, blah? How many bites have you had? All of that. And the answer would be you are actively recruiting, and none of these positions are frozen or we're dragging our feet to save money. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
That's why I asked that question. Okay, I'm done.
I will say that I do see on the employees that we are looking to hire, I do see a couple of movement. So congratulations to those employees that have moved on to a job that they can fulfill and be amazing at. I also see a past student on here with a very reputable last name. So congratulations, Miss Trussell. And that was Miss Trussell, not Mrs. So Miss Tommy, congratulations. And then also on here, we have the building and construction CTE teacher still on here. At the annual education conference, I went to their booth. I went and visited quite a few career technical booths, and one of them was the construction. I'm drawing a blank. The person that presented to us this whole construction avenue that we're going, and we had talked about being able to hire teachers. And he did say that he's looking for teachers for us as well. He said he has quite a few prospects of people that are retiring, and he's working with them for them to get their teaching credential in a hurry, so that those people that were out there in that construction field that are freshly retired can now come in and start a new career helping teach. So he said there was 4 that he was actively recruiting. And he said that he would reach out to you. So I love that we also have people out and about recruiting for us. He knows that this is important. Yes. He knows this is important for us, and for him to say, oh, you're from Acton. Oh, well, and be able to recognize who I was and let me know that he's helping, or he's trying and actively looking for us. That was very cool. So I appreciated that. That's the end of my comments. So
I have an additional comment. So for Dr. Sahakian, how do we initiate a review of this process? Because a lot of times in business, we fall in the ruts. We do the same thing over and over. We advertise on the same boards. We look in the same places. And I appreciate that we have people out recruiting for us, which is good. We need that. But how do we initiate a review of this so we can kind of look at maybe what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, and maybe get this, some of these positions filled a little sooner?
I think the right way would be to.
This point of order, we go in order. So if you asked a question to Dr. Sahakian.
So, to provide, let's say, a review or an agenda item for the future and the board agenda, we have it towards the tail end of the agenda for the Board of Trustees. Agree to a board agenda to be presented by the superintendent or by cabinet members or any department members here at the district office. And if it's approved, then we agendize it for a future board meeting.
Thank you.
Lester, did you have another
I
comment?
do not.
I have one to follow up on Tom's, because I think it's an important aspect. I know the one thing that we've done recently, and Ms. Shaw can confirm this, is one of the questions that I ask, because when I work at Cal State Bakersfield, we have relationships with California State Bakersfield and Northridge with regards to student teachers, interns, where we recruit if they come available, like what Coach Sparks was talking about, along with the standard website that every district competes on. But then you did attend, or we did have a presence at some virtual job fair. So we're starting to do that. And I think what Todd's asking for is bring up to speed to what all these different things, that here's where we're at. Here's our tentacles are in all these sources. Because the big thing is we're competing against big districts. And even when I work, I go talk to my student teachers. And when I find a good student teacher, I go, where do you live? Okay, it's only a 10-minute drive. And so, we're doing that all along, but I think that'd be helpful if you could bring forward what Mr. Khan said. That'd be great to identify those resources. Thank you.
Okay, so here's the way this works. At the end of the meeting tonight, there's a future agenda items tag. I can say, I want to talk about how wonderful my hair looks. And if somebody doesn't second what you want on the agenda, we call it to question and it becomes an agenda item. So what we want to watch out for is having discussions about our hiring processes and things without an agenda being out there, so Ms. T and everybody else and the associations can see it. So I'll expect at the end of the meeting today, when it comes to future agenda items, yeah, look at her, she's watching it. When it comes to future agenda items, that someone will say, I would respectfully ask the superintendent at staff's capacity to come forward with an informational presentation about this, and this. So this is very structured, and then you have a second, and then they'll stack it up and give you a generalized presentation. I'm done.
No more discussion. Call for question. All those in favor?
This is the-
Good, Jorgensen.
Yes, this is for item 12A, personnel action report.
Tim Jorgensen, yes.
Tom Costa abstain.
Lester Mascon, aye.
Falls, you got by.
Brianna Taxoni, aye. The personnel action report is approved with a vote of 4 yes, 1 abstain. 12B, licensed clinical social worker job description and salary schedule. Can I get a motion?
I'll move.
Tim
Ken?
Jorgensen, second.
Thank you, Ms. Taxoni. As Mr. Sparks mentioned in his comments, mental health is a significant need in our district, not only in our district, but across districts and nationwide. California School Board Association and others report on this monthly. A new job description, as outlined and attached to the agenda, is aligned to the scope of work of the newly awarded Department of Justice grant that was awarded to the district a couple of months ago. $4 million over a three-year span. As part of the scope of work and the narrative for the application, we did embed a licensed clinical social worker. It is a new position to the district. So what you see in front of you is a new job description as an action item, along with its salary schedule for consideration for approval, please.
Discussion, Tim?
None.
So this position is being paid for by the grant, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You will recall when we first started discussing the grant, This is $1 million that was brought onto the table. Thank you. That's $1 million that we didn't have. I believe Dr. Sahakian wrote the grant application on the 9th of June while there were other things going on, but thank you for giving us $1 million. I expressed a concern back then. It's nice that we got this money coming in for the first 3 years, which is $333,000 a year. I'm kind of hoping that you'll watch out for organizational efficiencies where we can blend this in somehow. I read the job description. It's very thorough. Has this been run by the associations? Yes, so there wasn't any negative input from the associations.
I'm going to clarify. It is not, the position itself is not part of the bargaining unit, correct, Ms. Shaw?
Correct.
And given that, we're not necessarily required, with all due respect, to have it vetted through an executive board of the union.
Is there supervisory capacity in here that would affect other employees?
In this job description, no.
Okay, so there's no classified employees that would answer to this person.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions. Thank you. Call for question. All those in favor?
Tim Jorgensen, aye.
Tom Costin, aye.
Lester Mascon, aye.
Falls Graph, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye. The job description for the licensed clinical social worker is approved with a vote of 5-0. Item 12C, tentative agreement with AADUSD and CSEA for the 2022-23 school year. Can I get a motion?
I'll move.
Tim Jorgensen, second.
Second by Tim. Discussion?
None.
So this agreement is non-binding? It's tentative. What does that mean?
I'm sorry, I should have, instead of asking for discussion this way, I should have gone this way. Dr. Sahakian?
Thank you, Madam President. A tentative agreement has been reached. We do appreciate CSEA and their good faith bargaining with the district. We're very appreciative. So we do recommend that the Board of Trustees approve the tentative agreement with CSEA and the district, please.
Sorry, now discussion.
So I'm going to defer to Tom. I think I know the answer, but I'll let somebody else respond to him.
Right, so the question is this binding? Because it's tentative. Why is it required to? Is this just this for us to show that we're playing game? We're playing the, we're listening and we're moving forward? Is that just or is this binding in some way if it never gets ratified?
I'll defer to our lead negotiator as well as Mr. Mirza.
I could answer that. So if the board doesn't approve this, prior to negotiation, we seek parameters from the board. So we act in good faith with the board's approval. So if the board doesn't approve this, what happens is the district pretty much acted in bad faith. So technically it's brought because the board should approve it based on the recommendations that were given and the parameters that we worked with. And Kim?
Yes, as the lead negotiator, we're given certain parameters by the board in closed session. Then we meet with CSEA and we negotiate back and forth. And the tentative agreement is between CSEA and the district. And then they take it to their unit members, and then their unit members either approve it or not. And so they've approved it. And at this point, it's given now to the board to finalize and vote on and say, yes, we're going to approve it. And then they'll get this part of the agreement will be added to their collective bargaining agreement, and the raise that's in here and the benefits, all that will be secured because the previous board had already agreed to what we had put in place to negotiate with them.
Right, so if I understand correctly,
It's tentative until you,
so we are
finally-
affirming what we've discussed and negotiated to this point.
yes,
So this is just affirmation, and from that point, it will get ratified in the next step into a binding agreement.
yes, once you vote here, it's finished. It's done.
provided that it's accepted on the other end.
It's already accepted.
It's already accepted.
It's
Thank you.
already accepted.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Okay, so what this looks like, everybody, is they sunshine things. We want to talk about this. We want to open up the whole contract. This is very touchy stuff. This is the stuff that happens back here. So when somebody is standing at the microphone and says, you should do this for this, and I say, no, I'm not, then all of a sudden I got sucked into bad faith bargaining. So I'm constantly telling people that. They come back to us. I don't want to put you two on the spot, but they say, hey, we want to look at this part of the contract. The district might say, we want to look at this part of the contract. The bargaining teams come together, they have attorneys or not. They come to us every once in a while as board members and they don't tell us what's going on, but it's like, we're talking about this, we're talking about this. The financial guy comes in, I say, is this going to put you into deficit spending? Will it pass the 1200 series of sunshine laws where you have to tell the public we're making arrangements to do this? And when it circles through that and they finally come together and say, I'm good, they bring it to us. And if we vote no, yeah, we're bargaining in bad faith. So the moral of the story is, without revealing anything from back there that I shouldn't, I haven't had to have any contentious situations or draw hard lines. It looks like the team knows where they're going. Everybody understands the fiscal impacts, and the fiscal impacts do not put us in to deficit spending. This applies, this would be my same comments for the next item. So team, thank you, both of you, for coming forward with something that works for you in your personal interest and in the financial interest of the district. Thank you.
I do know that this takes a lot of work to get where we're at, so thank you, and thank you to all of the CSEA. Thank you guys for working well together and coming to an agreement. I appreciate the hard work that goes into a tentative agreement. Call for question, all those in favor?
Tim Jorgensen, aye.
Tom Costello, aye.
Lester Mascon, aye.
Falls, your FI.
Brianna Texoni, aye. The tentative agreement with AADUSD and CSEA for 2022-2023 is approved with a vote 5-0. 12D, tentative agreement with AADUSD and CSEA for 2022-23 health insurance opt-out stipend. Dr. Sahakian?
I'll move it in.
Oh, sorry.
Tom Costello, second.
Go.
Thank you. Our part-time staff, typically staff working 3.75 or 5.75 hours per day, don't qualify for the health and welfare benefits. They receive a stipend based on years of service to the district. If there's additional information, Mr. Mirza could shed additional light to item D. Thank you.
Discussion?
I have one question. In the second paragraph, I understand the concept here of the MOU and what we're doing. The district's health insurance program, are we still working, is our health services being still be provided by the CBA? What is it?
CBT.
Huh?
CBT.
Yeah, the Bakersfield over there somewhere. Has our agreement changed with them where all full-time employees are required to participate or not?
No,
They're not required anymore?
no, the agreement hasn't changed, it's still the same.
So they're still
Yeah.
required. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Procedurally, this is the same as the previous one, correct? Thank you.
Call for question, all those in favor?
Tim Jorgensen, aye.
Tom Costello, aye.
Lester Mascon, aye.
Falls, your FI.
Brianna Texoni, aye. The tentative agreement with AADUSD and CSCA for 2022-2023 health insurance opt-out stipend has been approved with a vote 5-0.
Point of order. I think that the interim budget report may go on a bit. And I move that we extend the board meeting till 11 o'clock. For board members, new board members, it says in our bylaws that the meetings need to be ended by 10 o'clock. And only if we make motion to extend them can the meeting continue. So you'll have a vote here. I make a motion that we extend the meeting to be no later than 11 p.m.
I'll second that.
Call for question.
Tim Jorgensen, aye.
Tom Costin, aye.
Lester Mascon, aye.
Paul's graph, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye. The meeting is extended until 11 o'clock. 13A, first interim. Can I get a motion?
I will move.
Second, Lester.
Just very quick, the first interim is a snapshot of a school district's revenue as well as expenditures for the current fiscal year. And Mr. Mirza will be covering the time period of July 1st through October 31st for the school district. Thank you.
Perfect. Good evening, board members. So like Dr. Sahakian said, first interim covers all the revenues. So let me backtrack a little bit. We did our budget back in June, July. And so the year end wasn't closed at that time. So there were still revenues and expenses that needed to be accounted for. So after our budget is adopted, a few months later down the road, we have what's called unaudited actuals. Unaudited actuals is actually when we're closing our books. So any revenue or any transaction that happened after the July budget was adopted, we capture it in our unaudited actuals where we close our fiscal year. So first interim is our first chance on updating that adopted budget to match, to account for any revenues that we have, any new awards that came in that weren't accounted for, any expenses that occurred between July and October that we weren't aware about. So we're going to go over what's going on, but we'll go over the presentation. So the agenda for today, we'll go over the reporting requirements and we'll go over the reserves and then the enrollment trends. There we go. Thanks, Alex. Then the revenue and expenditures, talk about the ending fund balance and talk about the MYP. So we're required per county per Ed Code 42130 to come to you twice a year. Today, we'll be talking about all the expenditures from July 1st to October 31st. That accounts for revenues, expenses, ending fund balances, multi-year projections, and to see if our district can meet our financial obligations for this current year and 2 fiscal years out. So district positive certification, glad to report. Our reserves currently would be projected to be at 63% by the end of this fiscal year, and they're increasing to 73 the following year and 75 the following year after that. So we have a healthy fund balance, healthy level of reserves, but just being at that we are a small school district, the large reserves are needed because any type of major impact financially, or if the state's projections change, it'll dramatically impact our ability to pay our bills on time and to make sure we make payroll. So our average payroll runs about $1.1 million. So you could see how that reserve is saved there for a rainy day in case we ever get into that situation. We'd still be able to fund our school district and continue employing anybody. So ADA trends, as you can tell, 22-23, we saw a spike in enrollment. So we jumped from about 938 the previous fiscal year to about 1,013. That's good and all, but if we get funded based on our ADA, and last year's ADA was a disaster at 835. And so we looked, the way I projected this year's ADA was I looked at our current attendance rates up to what's today, December, right? So as I was developing this, I think the last month was November, the last data that I had, and I kind of projected where I think we would end up. And so it's holding at about a 92% in ADA rate based on enrollment. And so that would be an increase of about 95 ADA, which accounts for about $11,000 per student. So it's about a $1 million increase. However, the following years, we continued with our trend to kind of see a slow decline. I didn't really put a drastic decline. Instead of about 10, 11 students, we'll see a natural decline, but hopefully that's not the case. And we'll monitor that as the year progresses and continually make updates to these projections. General fund revenues, as you can see right here, all the revenues are in green. They've all been updated, and you'll see that they've all been increased. LCFF revenue was increased due to the additional state investment into the base grant. So when we developed the budget, the state governor threw out a 6.7% mega cola, so we added that. But after the budget was approved, they also increased about another 6.8% to our base grant. So we didn't have that included in the budget. So this was our first opportunity that we had to update the budget to account for that base grant increase. That's about $662,000 that we got additional money. Federal revenue was adjusted to add back all the carryover amounts that we didn't spend from year end. And so whatever was left over in Title I, Title II, any of our ESSER funds, like those are our COVID funds, anything that was remaining, we added that back on to our budget at this time. So as you can see, ESSER 2, ESSER 3, learning loss, that's quite a bit of money that we have carried over and we have not spent yet. State revenue was increased by 24,000 due to the state increasing their funding rate that we use to calculate our lottery. Learning recovery block grant falls under state revenues, right? You see the $2 million increase. So this is a new award that was added. So it was about $1.1 million for a learning recovery grant. This is also a new award that was added, music and arts block grant. It was about 556,000. In-person instruction, was 211,000. This is carryover from prior year. And pre-K intervention, $11,000 is the new award that is continuing. It's going to continue for the years to go forward. And universal pre-K is carryover. We have approximately $60,000 left. Local revenue was increased and account for $25,000 for the LA Arts grant. And then we have new transportation funding finally, $125,000 was added, and that's a new award. And so that accounts for all the revenue. Next slide, Alex. Okay, so our expenses, on the other hand, you can see they all went up as well, and we'll get into why, but you can see certificated classified salaries, benefits, all increased, supplies, services, capital outlay, all increased. From our budget adoption, we estimated 15 million, but now we are projecting our expenses to be at 18 million. And you'll see why in a second. Our staffing pretty much makes up the majority of the pie here. It accounts for about 68, 69%. And so our labor is the greatest piece of the budget, piece of the pie, you could say. And so these are the assumptions that we use to plan. Here's the planning COLA, which was we already had included 6.56%, but for the out years, we're using this cost of living adjustment. This was the additional LCFF investment, about 6.70% that was added to the LCFF revenue. And then we use California price index to account for our revenues like inflation. These are the STRS and PERS rate and the unemployment wage rate that we use to calculate our benefits. So salaries were increased, obviously due to step and column longevity as staff are moving over. Staffing was maintained with minor changes. We added 2 additional teachers. Classified salaries reflect the increase based on negotiations. We were able to settle negotiations in time, so I was able to account for the upcoming expense and add it into our line item budget. We also added office clerks at elementary, IAs, and campus supervision. We're providing additional hours due to COVID. Your expenditures overall saw an increase because we have to spend down these funds. So as the budget was adopted, we knew we had a lot of carryover, but we couldn't add the carryover back on until first interim because we still had to close out our year to see where we fall. So it's natural that you'll see higher expenses normally during first interim, especially when you have a lot of money that is going to set to expire per se. But on the other hand, we did decrease the textbook adoption budget by 100K. Services were also increased based on our property and casualty insurance increasing. We had 200K for litigation costs that are upcoming or for this fiscal year. We also have $247,000 bill from Edison, which is back billing for previous years. I guess the meters weren't reading correctly or they say we're working and negotiating getting that down. And there's also 50K for a site contract placeholder. And so as you can see, our ending balance is growing every year, which is positive. I mean, we're able to manage our revenues and expenses and keep a surplus and not deficit spend. So we're growing 1.2 million year this year if everything goes according to plan. The following year is about 1.1 million, the out year 1.3 million. And so here is the MYP. So this is going to look at the 3-year projection. So our beginning balance is 13.9 million. Our projected revenue this year total will be 19 million. Expenses projected, accounting for everything, is about 18.48. So you can see that there's a surplus of 1.2 million. You have restricted resources and revolving cash that you're required. You know, these are for like categorical resources. And then we have our assignments, and you could say this is, you know, it could be money that's allocated or earmarked for something that the district is planning on spending money on, like hence it could be for negotiations. Then that brings us down to our reserve level at 62%. This is the required minimum that we're required to carry, 4% based on our attendance. But that's, as you can see, that's not enough. That's not going to cover not 1 month of payroll. And so, yeah, so that's our MYP, and this ending balance becomes our beginning balance for the following year. And these are our projected revenues, expenses. We have a surplus going in every year right here. And so our reserve levels are increasing from 10% from this year to the next year, and about 1% on the out year. And so these are the remaining funds that takes care of the main fund, which is the general fund. And so these are all the other funds. They're looking healthy. They all have a child nutrition fund, has an ending balance projected to be at 228,000. Deferred maintenance 87. Fund 17, $3,000 left over. Fund 25, about 442,000. This fund, right? Sorry, not fund 35 has 3,600. Fund 40 is what I'm concerned about. As the buildings are aging and as things are needed repair, we've been using Fund 40 to fix a lot of the, you know, a lot of the issues across the district. By the end of the year, if all of the expenditures occur as we plan, we'll only have $34,000 left in that account. So the plan is to start transferring some of that 100,000, at least 120,000 from the general fund over to Fund 40 to continue to support our maintenance of facilities and to upkeep our buildings. And then Fund 49 is our community facilities district fund. So this was the housing development that's supposed to occur. They sent us an additional beginning balance and some monies to pay for their attorney fees and everything. So still no word on that. Last I spoke with the attorneys, they're working, trying to figure out the details. And so, yep, so the district's current financial position is positive. We don't need to borrow any cash flow. We must be prudent and continue to develop our budgets, because by next year, all of our one-time dollars are going to be over. All of our COVID money will have timelines to spend them by. So it's going to be interesting to see going forward how we're going to be able to manage and make sure we keep a fiscally solid budget. For this past couple of years, we've had millions and millions of dollars of COVID money. That's all going to stop once those timelines are, unless the timelines are extended. So we'll have to wait and see. So my recommendation is continue to maintain a decent level, high level of reserve, because they're coming to an end and you're still facing declining enrollments. Obviously, monitor our staffing, make sure that we're filling positions that need to be filled, monitor our attrition, and that's all I have. So it's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the 222-23 first annual report. Questions?
Discussion?
So I don't have any real questions, but I want to again thank you and your staff putting together your conservative approach to this, keeping that reserve where it is for looking down the road. They want us to look ahead 3 years about how we have to have so much money, but I like the idea that you're looking down and say, well, this is coming to an end, and yet we still have these capital outlays or these significant expenses, and you keep the district in a positive stead where we're looking good. I know we get positive certification from the county. They repeatedly say that they're very appreciative of your interaction with them, providing them with information, answering their questions. So again, thank you for a good job.
So I have 4 questions here. The first one is the ESSER funds. We hear a lot about misuse and people getting in trouble. And you just mentioned that they're going to expire. So do we have a plan how to use that money before it expires? There's one possibility, and this may not even help, but Congressman Garcia came in and he said, we're going to try to see if we can get the federal government to allow that ESSER fund to be used for campus security. So I would encourage everybody listening and here to contact his office and say, hey, if you think that's a great idea, make sure you let him know. Because we'd hate to have the ESSER funds expire and not be able to use them. If not, I think we need a plan on what we can use them for before we get to the wire.
So all of our categorical funds, like our ESSER funds, we've had to bring plans to the board for approval. And so we had to develop a committee to get, what we're going to spend this money on. So there's definitely a plan to definitely it was board approved what we should be spending the money on now.
Right.
And also, as far as misuse, we just went through our audit report that we presented on January 12th. So they go through those categorical fundings to make sure that we're not misspending on something that we're not supposed to do. Because each of those categorical funds they give you the money, but they give you strings attached. You can do this, you can't do that, you can do this, you can't do that. Some are more restrictive than others. So you have to be really pay close attention to the guidelines and what you're spending. But yeah, the plan is to spend it all. We don't want to give any money back.
And when I said misuse, I wasn't saying that was a potential here. I was just saying it's in the headlines, and it would be terrible to have that money and not be able to get through it all. ADA increase is great. I know part of that's due to pre-K, and kind of maybe a silly question, but is a pre-K student pay the same in ADA as a higher education student?
No, we do not get funding for those students.
Oh, pre-K does not get ADA.
The state's finally started, shelling out a couple $1,000s here and there, but no, we're not. No, it's not funded. No.
So the pre-K is more of a liability than anything.
I wouldn't say liability. Those kids need education, but
financially, we're when pre-K is required, we're paying for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Without being funded
yeah.
as the pre-K kids as individuals.
Yes.
Okay. So the third thing was the Edison. Have we looked to any consultants or any experts on that? Because they're bound by the PUC and how they bill you, and coming back later. I don't know a whole lot about this, but I've heard a little bit about it, and it's a huge number. I mean, this is the kind of mistake that can ruin people's lives. And if we weren't an educational organization and this was a business or something, you'd be in trouble. You'd be turned off, right? Yeah. So, I think there could be some people in the community that can help with this, who understand how the PUC works now. Edison bills very well, and I'm going to suggest that you reach, if I can, just as a suggestion, that we reach out to the Acton Town Council and Jackie Ayer, because she knows how Edison operates inside and out, and there may be a little relief there, maybe not.
So currently, we are working with our attorneys to get a resolve to this, and so we're in. I can't even say negotiations. Really, we're going back and forth with them and kind of discussing their methodology of how they calculated their charges, and we're not in agreement with a lot of their charges and their reasoning and how they went and estimated our billing when technically it was a COVID years and our operation should have been operating at a lower capacity. So we're in discussions with them right at this moment to kind of argue back and forth with them to see, hey, we're not agreeing with your methodology. It's not direct actual readings from the meter. It's you guys estimating what you think our bill should have been at the time.
Right,
Mhm.
okay. And then the last thing was, it's just the Fund 40, the maintenance. I just want to say that every time I come to one of our campuses, they're nice, they're well maintained, so kudos for that. So I'm glad to see that we're not deferring maintenance and letting things fall apart, because that's important.
Yeah.
So no matter where you go, whichever campus, they're always clean. Everything looks tidy and everything's functioning. I mean, we haven't heard of anything that's not working properly. So I really appreciate that for all of those that are involved with keeping these campuses rolling.
I think in previous fiscal years, the plan was always to continue to deposit, transfer 100,000 from the general fund over. But when we were running into financial troubles, we put a stop to that first. We're like, okay, this is something that we could pause on, but as you can see, the projection is looking positive. So we need to resume that, because the buildings are going to continue to age and continue to have problems.
That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you for the detailed information and the PowerPoint. It's inspires a lot of confidence in our budgeting process and how we're managing ourselves financially. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you know what's coming. First up, the end of last year, did LACO nail you for any fund balance transfers and say, oh, no, you can't do that?
No,
Have you ever had that happen since you took the reins?
no.
Imagine that. I remember 4 years ago when you started or thereabouts, there was $4 million of charter revenue. How much charter revenue do you have right now?
None.
Revenue means profit.
Uh,
Okay, so the next tricky question on the charter stuff, how much did you have to pay out more than?
I don't have that figure on top of my head, but we could put together something.
So in other words, you're able legally to collect this much. I'm concerned when that amount you have to pitch in to run the charters,
Then we'd have to
because
go-
this is like you're selling gas and somebody else's and you're paying them to sell gas to put you out of business.
So for the charters, we could legally charge up to actual costs or up to 1%.
So there's
It
nothing
exceeds.
informing your budget that says you have substantial things.
No.
That's zero, because if you're doing anything other than that's illegal.
Mhm.
So what I'm asking you, is there a substantial number that the district is having to contribute to liabilities coming from the charters at this point, where you would say, I got $500,000 going out of a lawsuit?
No.
Okay, good. So, oh, I forgot to give you your Valentine's Day card first. I appreciate the dynamic way in which you're able to discuss the budget freely. I remember the days when the superintendent had to nod at people and tell them what to say and not say. So I have a great deal of confidence how you operate, but here we go. My concerns are sped liability. When you hear me asking questions about the, is this a monthly fee? Dropping the ball in sped is very, very dangerous. When you go into a due process hearing and you say, I want 40 minutes and the district offered me 38, the hearing officer is going to throw you out. But when you miss child find, when the parent is doing the child find, when you are not having IEPs on time and stuff, and you get into a due process hearing, the hearing officer guy, you guys aren't even hitting the mark on anything. So I'm always concerned about sped liabilities. I just held up a newspaper that said the parties that they're having for our sped kids on people's own time mimic a life skills program. So I don't see a huge issue here unless somebody wants to create one generally, and there are people that do that, and you just have to depend that you're calendaring and all your processes in order to avoid that. But I want to talk to you about charter liability. I've been harping on this for a little bit. I don't know how well people read between the lines. As I said, when I move this way, I get more punctual and succinct in what I'm going to say, and the clown circus goes away. If I approve a petition, and the petition is described to me as a school that's going to function maybe online, and then I get wind that that online functioning school is now turned into something that's managing 3 other schools and you've got blending going on between school district, that's a huge liability to me. Because if it's not described that way in our petition, it's not functioning legally by description. And if our oversight is such that we're not identifying that it's not operating legally, then suddenly a disgruntled employee or something else, I won't get into details here, suddenly becomes, and we're named. And whether or not it's real, we're defending ourselves and we know what attorneys cost from the look at this warrant register. I want everybody doing everything they can around here to understand our function as employees, administrators, especially board members, when it comes to running up legal fees. But that said, I have a concern that our charters are not getting off out in the weeds outside of what they're supposed to be doing. And if they are, they need to come and tell us what that intention is, because they are not the county office of education and they are authorized by us. When they start doing things like that, it's going to become increasingly unattractive for me to support that. I do not want 300 kids in this room staring at me because the adults in the back room didn't do what they're supposed to do. I don't have a problem shutting people down. The next thing I'm worried about is the drop dead number for us to be self-sufficient is 1,400 kids. We do not have 1,400 kids. Now, I don't know where we would put the other 500 right now. This building is not DSA approved. This used to be a library. Those used to be sped rooms. The money for charters is coming so fast that we had to dump it on something. I guess this is what we got. But we do not have floor space. And the way I look at this problem is floor space is the critical element here, even if it's one room at a time. I would suggest, and I said this before, I don't need to have an open session discussion or some town hall where everybody comes in and yells at us. I know what to do. But I need to know when we can start putting rooms on here and do it in a way that we're not breaking up. Like somebody comes up with the idea, I'm gonna put all the SPED kids in one room over here. Well, what does ADA say about inclusion on this? You got all these different things hitting you from all different kinds of angles. We need floor space. And if I'm seeing big enrollment swings coming from one school and those enrollment spaces are being backfilled by more people from somewhere else, good for them, but I'm dying for floor space here. And I don't think we have enough DSA approved sites to fill this if we put 500 kids on.
No, we do not.
So what that means is somebody up here needs to start thinking about pushing for how do we fund 40. And if I want to hear about something on the future agenda item, it's how you're going to put on floor space and what your realistic parameters are and what your constraints are to do that. And kind of look at them numbers that Arona ran up when King was here and talked about what it would cost. I'm not going to ask for a bond, but everybody's looking at that big number of reserve and nobody understands this warrant register tonight had a value of about $1.22 million. And that comes in to you all the time. So when people are talking about big reserves, I want to know what you could do if I told you I want to put $5 million a year into renovations and have DSA come in here and approve them, what that would do to your long-term numbers. Those are the kinds of mature financial discussions I want to have with you. What else do I have here? In those hold accounts, do you have, again, I don't talk about what happens back there, but do those include any settlements agreements that you know to exist? Have you taken those into account?
Yes,
Do you have any hold on any huge anticipated legal liabilities that you might encounter?
yes, those are in the line.
Okay, and those are something you don't share with the public. And you certainly don't bring them into the board until it's time to discuss things on an individual level. Okay. The question I think that would be helpful for the board to understand is this. Let's say you have a huge reserve. Like I have a savings account, and then all of a sudden I go freak out, buy a bunch of dirt bikes and jet skis and all that kind of thing. and I am deficit spending. In other words, I'm spending more than my paycheck brings in, but I'm digging into all this big money that I got from grandpa's will, right? How does the county look at deficit spending? Does it trigger anything regardless of your reserve?
Fiscal stabilization plan is what the county would put us on.
So the county would come in and tell you, we're gonna figure out how you're gonna spend your money. I don't care how much money you got in the bank, but it's burning up. Because I think the county is smart enough to understand when you start spending 1.2, 2.1 million dollars every time one of these comes around, you have an enrollment crash, a couple big lawsuits. Next thing you know, you're going, I'm looking bad. What I am seeing on the end run is you're down 10%, and then it starts to climb back up. You're still losing money off of your reserve at that 2 and 3 year.
No, they're increasing. It's increasing by 11,600,000 to 11,700,000, then it's going up to 12.
But I don't want to compare costs. What do those red numbers mean at the bottom?
That's just for me to highlight.
It's leaking a little bit.
The change in reserve. This red doesn't mean bad per se. Sorry, these should have been green because it's an increase.
But I remember the days when this district was going into negative certification because those numbers are below 4. So keep your numbers up. But at the same time, I do think the public is going to wonder how you're sitting on, 70%, but yet we can't open up a school and that kind of thing. So if I move into that chair next year, what my focus is going to be. I want rooms open back up and they need to be DSA approved.
Yeah, we've been discussing that with the superintendent's office.
Yeah, I think you got some numbers in the background. I think the numbers are probably not that good anymore because there's been construction cost escalations and materials and supply chains. And, we can say those are all excuses, but they're the reality of us that run operations. So as always, exemplary. Thank you for being able to discuss things as we go. And I'm looking to see what the county has to say about your report. Thank you.
I really appreciate your knowledge and your ability to take our questions and answer them back honestly. Do we have a contractor or an outside agency that puts together this report, or is this done in-house?
It's done in-house.
Awesome, thank you.
That was good. That was very good.
We hear a lot about ADA a lot. ADA doesn't mean that if I'm in class today, you get paid for me today, correct?
Yeah.
Can you explain, I know how ADA works. Can you explain for those that might not know how ADA works and why we don't get paid for me today, right now?
So attendance, it's ADA average daily attendance. So you don't get paid for the student being enrolled, but he has to show up, and the student has to show up and be accountable in the classroom when attendance is taken. That's how we are.
But if I'm in the classroom and my attendance is taken today, you're not getting $1 for me today, correct?
Yeah.
The dollar is for me
Yeah.
back in March. The dollar is for me on,
Well, there's certain interim, I would say, reporting periods, P1 and P2. Our funding is based off of principal apportionment to P2. And so yes, the P2 that we do this year is a really important critical number because that's what we'll get funded on
for next year.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
So that said, this year we need to increase our attendance for our paycheck for next year. I would love to see every single kid that's going to be out for COVID. Parents, I encourage you to reach out to the office and get that independent study paperwork done. When you do your independent study homework, that's as if you're in your seat. So if you're going to be out on a trip, if you're sick with COVID, if you, for any reason, are going to miss 5 or more days, get your paperwork done so that we can get paid, so that next year we can have a little bit more, and we do get all of the funding. We're teaching kids, we're teaching 1,000 kids, but we're getting paid for teaching 900. That's a bummer. we're actually, I think it showed eight, I don't have that slide in front of me. I think it showed 800.
881 the previous year.
So we're teaching 1,013 children and we're getting paid for teaching 860 children. That's a huge difference. So we do need to get, if you can come to school, if you're at school for a part of a day, you still get counted. So even if you're not feeling good in the morning and then by the afternoon, your child is bouncing off the walls, get them dressed, throw them in the car and take them to school, because then we get counted for that. So parents, I encourage you to get your kids to school if you can, obviously not if they're sick. And if they are sick with COVID, or if they're going out of town or anything, get that independent study done, because that's still like having them in their seat. It's huge. ADA is huge. And then teachers and staff, please encourage students. I know that when my child was going to High Desert, I got a call every day from the office clerk there. I don't have a child at High Desert anymore, so I don't know that that's happening at all the schools, but I got a call every day. Hey, when is Sawyer okay? Can you get him to school? And it really helps to change parents' minds, even if we get 2 and 3 kids coming to school later in the afternoon and we get that money for it, it's big. I see on here, and I won't make a big deal out of it, but it says on your slide 10 that we also added an office clerk at the elementary school. Is that an added office clerk, or is that filling the laid off position?
Kim, was it?
It filled the position that was left empty when the person left to go to another district. So if that position was never laid off, we just didn't fill it during COVID.
Okay, so it's not a new position. We just
Correct.
rehired it.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then my next question was about the Edison bill, which I think that you covered earlier. I just wanted to point out for people that may just be hearing about it, that when the district first received this bill, it was made known to the board, and it was also made known to the board that we, and when I say we, I mean the district jumped on it, and you made several calls to legal, to the Public Utility Commission, to our elected officials, and you're doing everything that you can to try not to pay that bill, because it's not a fair bill for us. So I want to thank you for continuing to fight that huge bill. And lastly, I did see on here quite a few grants. So I just wanted to thank everybody that is responsible for writing those grants, for receiving those grants. That's very awesome. So thank you very much for helping to bring more funds to our district. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
I have an additional question, Mr. Mirza. Oops, there we go. Mr. Falsgraf brought up the charter, and I believe I heard the cost plus 1%.
There's an actual cost or up to
1%.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. Thank you for that clarification, because I think a lot of people wonder how that works, because if it was cost plus 1, calculating your costs is probably nearly impossible until you get to the end of the year or the end of the school years and to know where you really are. Okay. The second question, since we brought up Fund 40 and floor space, and this is obviously probably discussion, for another agenda item, but to increase floor space, we would need to see a increase in ADA. And I do agree that these big reserves are good and we need them. So for me to get behind a floor space increase, I would like to see at least a trend in ADA. Otherwise, we'll be building buildings that aren't going to be utilized, or repairing buildings that won't be utilized. That's all I have. Thank you.
One last thing with, on that, for the charter revenues, it's cost up to 1 and it can never exceed 1. And you've routinely been
That's
below 1, right?
correct. Yeah.
Okay, good, thanks.
So I'm glad we looped around. Here's the problem with the charter funding now. Before, it was an incentive. We were going in negative certification. I don't begrudge the people who came up with the plan. And they got away with it as long as possible till, I can't believe the state wouldn't just say, but they got Judge Lancelot Link down in San Diego County. Telling somebody in the state, something the state should have done. But at the end of the day, here's the problem. We were being accused of, you're just passing, I sat out there and watched 10-minute discussions, you know, and then I got up here and got nailed. But at the end of the day, there is no financial thing in it. And suddenly you got one person managing 13 things. And I'm up here telling you, you need to watch what's going on in the corporate structure. I hope everybody's reading between the lines here. I've asked somebody to come up here now. This is probably the 6th time to stand up there, even as with their attorney, to tell me what they're doing. And instead, I think people are counting votes and trying to calculate who's going to vote what up here. There will be difficult questions that whoever's up here cannot ignore. But at the end of the day, here's the problem with where we're at. We've gone full circle to the point where if I had to put you telling me exactly what you feel as just the financial guy, it gets pretty easy to see the charters as a financial liability potentially. And if you're just running numbers, that doesn't take into account what people do for kids and give them the reason that those charters exist. Sometimes it's pretty easy for board members to start going, well, you know, yeah, there's too much risk there. And that's not why charters exist. And that's how we get ourselves in trouble. I just wanted on the record that I see some problems out there. I do not want to hear somebody that was cut loose of a charter or some sped case or something flying back in here. And all of a sudden we're looking at having you dig up money because we've got an excess. So that was my whole point. I try to be as politically correct as possible. Okay, I'm done.
Do we need to loop around again? Are we good?
Good.
All right, call for question. All those in favor?
Tim Jorgensen, aye.
Tom Council abstain.
Lester Mascon, aye.
Falls your FI.
Brianna Texoni, aye. The first interim, the 2022-23 first interim report for AAUSD is approved with a vote of 4 yes, 1 abstain. 13B. Can I get a motion?
Motion,
Go ahead, Mel.
motion moved in.
Tim Jorgensen, second.
Dr. Sahakian?
Thank you. As a school district, we are required to provide the county superintendent of schools with all the relevant information of fiscal impact of a collective bargaining agreement. So the AB 1200 covers the amount listed in the board agenda of 364,000 fiscal impact, which ties to the 7.5 on schedule increase for CSC.
Discussion, Tim?
None.
Tom?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood that description. Can you maybe break it down just for
Sure.
new people
Mr.
here?
Mirza?
Yeah, so AB 1200 is Assembly Bill 1200. We're required to report to the county superintendent of schools that based on our negotiations that we are able to afford it, pretty much. And so it's a document that has to be made public to our community members as well as they're sent over to the county office because they want to ensure that not only can we afford it for this fiscal year, but for the next 2-3 years without any negative impact to our budget.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier, the 1200 series. In the municipal environment, you may have an administrator that wants to be very popular with the teachers union representative. I'm not sure that's a problem here, but what ends up happening is you start guaranteeing people money and give them big raises, and then in the back end of that, you got Me Too contracts, so they get it, everybody gets it. And this is a taxpayer right thing where you're required in where I work, after we come to agreement, after everybody approves it, Then it opens up to public hearing where the public can stand up and we participate in Transparent California, but this is a requirement. And it's a fail safe to keep these agreements where you've got superintendents being tight with the teachers union and the taxpayer being victimized in the end. That's certainly not happening here.
Call for question. All those in favor?
Tim Jorgensen, yes.
Bob Costin, yes.
Lester Mascon, aye.
Falls, you have aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye. AB 1200 for CSDA has been approved with a vote of 5-0. 13C.
Tim Jorgensen moved.
Lester Mascon, second.
What is it we're discussing?
Salary schedule.
It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve salary schedules Q, X, and H. Point F to reflect the negotiated settlement with CSCA. This will account for the 7.5% on schedule increase and $1,000 to health and welfare. Longevity changes have been updated to reflect the changes made in negotiations. I have a motion from Tim, second from Lester. Dr. Sahakian.
No, you read it very well, Ms. Taxoni, so that explains item C. Thank you.
Discussion?
None.
Just so I understand, these negotiations are closed, correct? This is a done deal.
Yes.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Call for question. All those in favor?
Tim Jorgensen, yes.
Bob Costin, yes.
Lester Mascon, aye.
Falls, you have aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye. The salaries, all of that is approved with a vote of, but that's a.
Wait a minute, you gotta read it. You read it once, you gotta read it again.
Wow, board president burnout.
My family told me it's past my bedtime. It's approved with a vote of 5-0. 13D. Can I get a motion?
Motion to move.
I will second High Desert School mural agreement with Derek Diza, DBA
Organized.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm completely and utterly disamazed. Disorganized depiction. Okay,
So Ms. Van Ornum, she'll explain to us the process and the request for the mural at High Desert. Ms. Van Ornum.
It's okay for you to yawn first to wake up. Okay. No, just kidding.
She made Heather stay.
I'm being productive too, so. So good evening, Superintendent Sahakian and Assistant Superintendents and Board. Excuse my froggy voice. I've been talking with students all week, so. We are proposing with the arts grant that we got, we would like to utilize some of those funds to do a mural project at High Desert. If you've been to our campus, you know we have a couple of murals that had been done previously that are getting a little outdated and could use some refurbishing. So the two places that we're looking at starting is our giant gym door, which is kind of the main centerpiece for our whole quad. I do have to give credit. We had an amazing PE teacher, Miss Kay Bruns. Her daughter actually painted the hawk that's on there. So we will make sure to take lots of pictures and cherish those memories, but we think it's time for that to be a little bit updated. And then we had an art teacher years back that painted an owl on our electrical box. That's like right when you walk in, right by the gym. And so we're looking for both of those surfaces to be refurbished with ideas from our students, our current students. So it brings it a little bit more modern. So if you could scroll down. So these are just some ideas. And if you could like scroll, because I think they're like long pages. So these are some different things that the company has done. These are some ideas. the goal of this whole project is actually to have our students involved. So this company, they actually come in and they're going to do an after-school program with our students. And the students are going to design what the mural is going to look like. They're going to be part of selecting colors, items to go on it. These are all just some different ideas. And that is included in your board packet as well. But the final design ultimately will be our group of students that is going to be designing it. And then they will also be part of the process of painting it. So this is going to be designed, created, finalized by our students, but led by artists that have a lot more artistic ability than I do. So I'm excited for that. I think that all of it is presented for you. The piece, like I said, that makes us the most excited at our level is we have a lot of really talented artists. This company, when I met with them, their thing is they want kids to know that you don't have to be a starving artist. Like you can make money being an artist and you can do projects like these and you can give back and you can do all that. So in their curriculum, not only do they do the art program, but they also teach kids about management and how to sell their art and how to go out. And so it actually hits a whole career piece for us, not just the artistic piece. So we're excited about the career connection, the art connection, and like I said, way more talented people than me. So appreciate that. So for your consideration tonight for approval.
Discussion?
Yes, Michelle. So now the one that Kate runs doubted in, is that the roll-up door behind the stage? On the outside, there's a hawk on there?
That is correct.
Well, it's really faded because I don't remember that. That'll be great. And then I saw the one, the owl. Now, what's an owl? Aren't we hawks? Oh,
I
the
had
hawk
asked
was
that
hunting
question.
the owl. Okay, I got it.
I asked that question the day that it went up and I still have that question. So I will not, it will be a hawk in the future.
Yeah.
It will not be an owl.
Well, I think this is awesome and this, because art is something that our students thrive on and they want. This be a great cedar thing for an art class that we can do at your site at the High Desert and then hopefully transition that. So when they get, because years back, we had an exceptional art department at the high school and they were producing just really terrific stuff. So this is really great. I'm really thankful. Thanks.
Thank you.
So this would be done during school hours? This is not enrichment, correct? This would be all this work of developing what they're going to do, what the students decide they want to see, that direction going to the mural artist. That's something that's going to happen during normal.
No, this would be an after-school enrichment
It would be
program.
after school enrichment.
Yes,
Okay.
it would be after-school enrichment. They're going to coordinate. We have an existing art elective class. And so I imagine a lot of those students will become part of this after-school program, but this is going to be done after school.
Okay. Yeah, I really do like the commercial side of it where you can teach children or that art, it could be a career for, at least try before, because there's that perception that you're never going to make any money, which is not true. So thank you.
Okay.
I think this is fantastic. I'm excited to see what the final outcome looks like. I did read the agreement that was in there, and I would just suggest that you include some language on accepting the existing conditions of where you're going to actually place the mural. Request some sort of warranty period that's going to last a certain period of time, and then do something to protect it from graffiti or damage so it can be easily cleaned afterwards.
Perfect. And I think, I don't know if it's not in there, but I believe all of those are included. They do a whole graffiti coating, and that's included over the top of it so that it makes it easily cleaned. And as far as the warranty, I know that it's in our discussion. So they do warranty their work.
Nice.
So
Perfect.
thank you.
Okay, I like it that you got control of your campus and that you're making recommendations to bring them to them. The two things I don't like about this, I don't want somebody coming back like 14 years from now and saying, bring back the Vasquez Mustang from 1963. We're not gonna have any of that. I don't want that. So the students are actually gonna participate. And how dare you minimize the death of woodsy owl, Tim? Really? I like owls. At least call me to speak at the owl's eulogy, would you?
Okay.
I like owls more than
We'll
any.
know who you are and
We'll
where,
take the drawer up and put it in your truck.
yeah, I will,
Excuse me, I'm not speaking to you, owl killer.
we'll take a picture of you next to it. You can frame it.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you mentioned that it's going to be, that you have an art elective on campus already, and possibly those students would be involved. And then I'm assuming other students are gonna be involved as well. So my question is, how are those students going to be chosen, and will there be a cap? Will 200 and however many students be able to be involved if they want to, or are you gonna cap it off?
So I believe that we're going to cap it. Okay. I believe that we do need to cap it to like a class size. As far as interest, our first thought is we want to open it up to all students who are interested, and kind of get a feel for how many that might be. So the plan is to do like a Google form survey and just find out how many kids would be interested. And then from there, determine if we need to pare it down. Ideally, every kid who's interested would be able to participate. So that's kind of the ultimate goal, but we'll see. I don't know what the numbers are going to look like or who's going to want to, but we are going to start with a Google form to find out, and then we may have to pare it down, because it is one group of people. And so, you know, having too many students, I don't know how, I can imagine what that would look like. So
I get it. I don't want to field the emails and the phone calls of favoritism and all that. So
Understood.
I know that you will come up with some very fair and equitable way to narrow that down, so that everybody feels included and heard. Is there going to be a cost to students as other after-school enrichment classes? There's a cost. Will there be a cost involved with this?
no, the cost that you guys see on there that's paid for by the grant includes absolutely everything. So there's no cost to the students whatsoever. We are funding it. And then I just wanted to clarify, the reason I said possibly is that the elective switches at the semester. So there's a group of students that are in it now. There's going to be a totally different group of students that are in it for second semester. And so we want to open it up. That's why it won't be all of them probably.
Will there be a staff member on campus, and will that staff member be paid? Will there be, or will these students be only with this art instructor, company, painter?
Currently, the plan is that I would be the staff member on campus, but we're going to open it up if there is. I did allow for in our principal's allocation to pay for a staff member if there's a staff member interested in it, but I'm a default if there isn't. So
Lucky you.
I'm
Thank you.
excited. I can't wait.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be great. So
I think it's very exciting. So thank you for putting this together. I'm very excited to see. I know when I was a staff member on High Desert's campus, the Hawk was cool, but it is definitely outdated, and it's been there for a very long time. So when I was there, the ideas and the dreaming and what could we make that and what could we possibly do with that, because it's such a focal point of campus. And then it's in all the backgrounds of promotions and assemblies and everything. It's a huge focal point of right in the center of campus. So I'm very excited to see that updated. So thank you.
Yes, and just so you know, like we do as staff, we did give some input. So it isn't going to be total free reign of the students. That's a little bit scary, but but we are open, you know. So in regards to Hawk logos and things like that, you know, we are managing that piece, so we won't have any concerns.
Call for question. All those in favor?
Jim Jorgensen, aye.
Tom Costin, aye.
Lester Master, aye.
Falls, you're aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye. Motion passes with a vote of 5-0. 13E, resolution number 2022-23.06, authorizing use of remote teleconferencing provisions AB 361. Can I get a motion?
I'll move.
Second,
Just to help clarify, Assembly Bill 361 is required for school boards to have on their agenda for, as an action item, to continue holding our board meetings in a hybrid mode, in person as well as Zoom. Thank you.
Any discussion?
Just one for Ms. McCauley. I noticed on mine the printout, you'll update the changes to reflect President Taxoni and Clerk, Mr. Mascone. That it has last year. Okay, good. Thank you. That's all I have.
One of the greatest benefits out of this pandemic is the teleconferencing. It shows, it allows people to be far more included. Inclusiveness is much better because you don't have to come down here, you don't have to sit here. People will watch, they will listen while they do other things. So I'm glad this is going to continue, even if we're required to do it, we should be doing it anyway, so.
Call for question. All those in favor?
Stephen Jorgensen, yes.
Tom Costin, yes.
Lester Mascon, aye.
Falls Graf, aye.
Brianna Taxoni, aye. Motion passes with a vote of 5-0. 14A calendar. We have a regular board meeting on January 12th, 2023, and a regular board meeting on January 26th, 2023. This is the only board meeting for December due to the holidays.
You're looking for conflicts if you can't make it, we're back to quorum.
We don't need a vote on this, correct? 15A, future agenda items. Tim, do you have any future agenda items?
Nope.
Yes, as discussed before, in terms of staffing, I would like to suggest or move that we commission some type of report so we could take a look at how we're looking for staff, what actions are being taken, and so we could get a good look at why we have these openings. This is not the whole idea that we want to do this out in the open is so that community realizes that, look, it's just not, we're just not hanging there. I know Mr. Falgsgraf asked the question, are we doing this for budgetary reasons? And obviously, I don't believe anybody thinks that, but the more we can discuss in the open gives people, it gives them some faith that this is being worked on. Because after you go a whole semester with all those openings, people start to wonder. So I would like, hopefully somebody will second this and we can move this forward for the next agenda and come up with a plan to discuss how we do these things and maybe get input as well. So
I think I'd be very interested in learning what the current process looks like and seeing an informational session on what the current process looks like. So I'd say.
Call for question. All those in favor?
Tim Jorgensen, aye.
Tom Costin, aye.
Lester Mascon, aye.
Falls Graf, aye.
Brianna Taxoni, aye. Well, the motion to a future agenda item.
I'd like to motion to have a informational session for our contracting requirements, kind of understanding what our process looks like for procurement, when we're supposed to do public solicitations for spending, that sort of thing. You get a second?
Do I get a second?
Oops. I'll second.
Call for question. All those in favor?
Tim Jorgensen, aye.
We get discussion.
Not now, it's a future agenda, item. It's called a question.
I was just.
Your vote.
Be a little further defined.
Your vote.
Aye.
Falls Graf, aye.
Brianna Taxoni, aye. Motion will be added to future agenda items. 16, sorry, do you have anything? I don't have anything for future agenda items. 16A, adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I'll
Second.
second.
Third.
Call for question.
Wrap up.
I said, I'm shaking my head. The owl is turning his head 360.
Well, no, look,
No.
I'm deaf. I can't hear it rattle. Let's go.
Okay.
None. Or were you questions? And I said none.
All those in
No,
favor?
it's adjournment. Yeah.
Madam President, will you take control of this meeting?
I'm sorry, call for question. All those in favor?
Abstain, not, yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Brianna Taxoni, aye. We are adjourned at 10:48 PM.